Chapter 1509. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years had passed. The Chill and True Fate had also successfully cultivated to the Illumination realm using the Pollen Path system. After reaching this realm, the Pollen Path's ancestral root would be very useful. In the previous small realms, comprehensive pollen, like the Pollen Path's ancestral root, wasn't the best choice when laying the foundation. This was because every small realm had areas that required special attention. Being comprehensive also meant being mediocre. At this time, more extreme pollen and mutant fruits were needed to lay the most solid foundation. However, after reaching the Illumination realm, those extreme pollen and mutant fruits were useless. On the contrary, the previously mediocre Pollen Path's ancestral root would have a huge advantage. However, even so, the biggest problem at this stage had appeared: insufficient resources. Zhou Tong transformed one of his back gardens into the pure land of the Pollen Path. Only then did he obtain enough mutant soil to cultivate the Pollen Path's ancestral root. However, this wasn't enough now. The mutant soil has been used up. If I want to continue cultivating, I must find even more powerful mutant soil. However, if I want to reach this step, I need to further transform the world and activate the spirit particles. Only then can I obtain even more mutant soil. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. After muttering to himself for a moment, Zhou Tong immediately left with the Chill and True Fate. After leaving the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he arrived at a brand new world. This was an incomparably vast world. Dense immortal chi filled the air. The heaven and earth were filled with endless essence and longevity substances. The void was filled with a myriad of multicolored lights. Moreover, the most amazing thing was that this world didn't have any living creatures. It was a completely empty world. This was a fragment of the immortal domain. Even at the peak of the immortal domain, this fragment was a barren land without any living creatures. Because the peak of the immortal domain was too big, this place could only be considered a corner of it. Moreover, this region was originally isolated by some forbidden areas of the immortal domain. Therefore, there were even fewer living creatures here. This kind of world without living creatures couldn't be better. The resources of this entire world are mine, Zhou Tong leisurely said. Then, he threw the Pollen Path's ancestral roots seed high up in the air. Buzz! After this seed flew out, it streaked across the horizon. Endless rays of light rippled around its body, thousands of multicolored lights, and tens of thousands of strands of auspicious energy. Then, bits of fog appeared in the void. The fog became thicker and thicker, and in the end, it completely covered the multicolored light and auspicious vapors. The entire world was also covered by the fog, and the world was filled with a fragrance. Soon, the fog dissipated, and countless light spots fell from the sky. It was like a rain of light, but it was also like countless petals floating in the air. Bit by bit, it was pitter-patter. From this moment onwards, the laws and order of the world changed. Between heaven and earth, the plants flourished and withered. The flowers withered and bloomed again. The immortal mountains that were originally rich in spiritual energy began to wither, and the originally dry land began to show signs of life. The entire world had changed. This was the largest scale activation of spirit particles ever since Zhou Tong decided to let the Chill and True Fate walk the path of pollen. This time, he activated the spirit particles of an entire great world. Boom! Following this great change, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Countless phenomena soared into the sky. The changes in the laws and order of the world were bound to draw upon the most mysterious power in the world. Not only was there lightning, but there were also gales, and heaven and earth were vast and boundless. Terrifying storms engulfed the entire world, and dragon-like bolts of lightning spread across the boundless void. Boundless divine might shook the entire world. The earth cracked open and healed, and the original rivers, lakes, and seas all shifted positions. In the sky, the stars shifted, and the rivers of stars scattered and gathered again. The sea of stars was extinguished and lit up again. During this process, one could see that what was originally the largest river gradually dried up and became a riverbed. Then it rose up and became a mountain range. The basin that was originally the lowest actually continued to expand and become a seabed. The mountain range that was originally the mountain range split open and became a huge river. The changes in the entire world were too drastic. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart, and the world was being reconstructed. This was the terrifying power that could reconstruct the laws of an entire world, and it was almost comparable to the rebirth of a world. If there were living creatures in this world, it was unknown how many would have died. What a terrifying change. I've underestimated the changes caused by this kind of world transformation. Zhou Tong looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Fortunately, he had only found an uninhabited world to experiment on. Otherwise, it was very likely that a world-ending calamity would have occurred. Although with Zhou Tong's strength, he could easily save the world, even if it was a world-ending calamity. It was always troublesome to arrange the various tasks afterward. The changes in the entire world lasted for a full 3 months, and finally, it slowly recovered. The entire world has been reconstructed, and the locations of the various strange lands have been found long ago. Next, let's continue. Zhou Tong grabbed with his hand, and suddenly, from several mountain ranges not far away, pieces and grains of strange land gathered from the corners of the mountain ranges. In the end, they formed a strange land block that was at least 10 square meters in size. As expected of the situation after the transformation of an entire world, just a few mountain ranges around me already have such a large amount of strange land. It's enough to make the seeds of the ancestral roots bloom twice in a row. Zhou Tong praised in his heart, and then he took out the seed that caused the transformation of the world and planted it in the strange land. Gotcha! Immediately, a small sapling broke out of the ground, and then it quickly grew into a golden tree. Black leaves grew out from the tree, and strands of black light fell down, creating a shocking scene. The strange land was abundant, and the strange tree grew rapidly. In an extremely short period of time, it had matured, and flowers began to bloom on the tree. Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate continued to lie under the tree, circulating its breathing technique and absorbing the power of the pollen, further improving itself and evolving. The quality of the soil was enough, and the ancestral root seeds had also sprouted and bloomed twice in a year's time. Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate had also evolved twice under the stimulation of the pollen. With dozens of years of bitter cultivation and research, the Qilin true fate's foundation was abnormally stable, and continuous evolution was not a problem at all. After each evolution, the Qilin true fate could quickly grasp the power of the entire body and use it freely. In these 2 evolutions, the Qilin true fate's flesh, bones, skin, and scales have been slightly modified by the power of the pollen, making it even more powerful. These 2 evolutions are not enough. Continue. Zhou Tong saw through the changes in the Qilin true fate with a glance. These 2 evolutions were far from reaching the Qilin true fate's limit. Chapter 15:10. As this entire world was converted into the laws of the pollen path, the Qilin true fate's cultivation speed increased by a large margin. In fact, other cultivators who cultivated the pollen path would have a long cooldown after each evolution. However, Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate had always been using the breathing technique to refine its spirit. Thus, it basically didn't have any cooldown before reaching the universe final realm. Thus, after each evolution, Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate would only need 1 or 2 years to adapt and comprehend the corresponding Tao. Then, it would quickly enter a new evolution. The Qilin true fate's evolution speed was simply unfathomable. Everything happened so easily and quickly. At the same time, the Qilin true fate was also doing its best to perfect the painting of the high heavens. This high heavens was where the Qilin true fate's Tao path was, and it was also the Tao path that Zhou Tong had created. It was meant to complement Zhou Tong's original body and the immortal phoenix true fate. At the same time, it was also meant to complement the evolution of the 10 heavenly rings. back in the high heavens, Zhou Tong had further analyzed the high heavens. Therefore, at that time, he understood that his 10 heavenly paradise divine ring was still lacking something similar to the high heavens. It was a supreme and omnipresent paradise that was difficult to overturn by reincarnation. The painting of the heavens painted by the Qilin's true fate was to make up for the flaws of the 10 heavenly caves divine ring. At the same time, the Qilin's true fate, which relied on plants and spiritual particles, was also a lubricant between Zhou Tong and the true fate of the immortal phoenix. Once the Qilin true fate was formed, Zhou Tong was confident that he would be able to fuse both the Qilin true fate and the immortal phoenix true fate into his body in a very short amount of time. From there, he would reach a supreme realm. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Finally, following the blossoming of the pollen path's ancestral roots, the Qilin true fate finally reached the highest realm of the pollen path, the universe final realm. And this realm corresponded to the mortal-immortal realm of the heaven shrouding art. In other words, it was a quasi-immortal king. The pollen ancestral root turned back into a seed and landed in Zhou Tong's palm. At this time, the figure of the flower empress appeared behind the Qilin real fate. Fellow Taoist, since you've already recovered to such a level, your resurrection will be much easier. Zhou Tong looked at the woman on Pollen Road and spoke leisurely. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. If it weren't for you, this strand of my spirit wouldn't have recovered to its current state. It's just that the subsequent recovery will be difficult. The Flower Emperor also spoke. As the Pollen Road ancestral root continued to grow, the Pollen Emperor's spirit hidden within it also gradually awakened. Moreover, due to the immortal Emperor realm's infinite and indestructible characteristic, it was only a strand of spirit before, but now it already contained a strand of soul. However, even though it was only a strand of soul, it was not that easy to revive, because the strange and ominous things would not allow her to recover so easily. Her real body was still at the end of the Pollen Road. It would be difficult for her to recover until the strange and ominous abyss was completely filled up. Fellow Taoist also needs to reflect history to revive. Zhou Tong looked at the Flower Empress and continued. Fellow Taoist didn't rise in high heavens but in the lower worlds. At this time, if you want to reflect history, I'm afraid you'll need to reflect an entire world. I can't waste such a large amount of energy for you. You only need to reflect one body. There's no need to trouble fellow Taoist. When my real body died, I also made some arrangements. These arrangements, in addition to my recovered soul, are enough to revive me. It's just that the speed is a bit slow, and I need some time. The Flower Empress said. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, But if it's just reflecting one body, will you still be you? The Flower Empress's reflection was different from Zhou Tong's resurrection of Pan Wang. Pan Wang's resurrection was directly in his original body. So no matter what, as long as he was resurrected, it would be his real body. However, if the Flower Empress only reflected one body, then this body's experience would be completely different from her past. After she successfully revived, would she still be herself? A person's spirit and thoughts would change. Even if it was just an ordinary person, after experiencing tens of years of wind and rain, there would be changes. A 20-year-old young man and a 60-year-old man. Even if they were the same person, but at different times, their spirit and thoughts would be completely different. They could be seen as two different people. To truly reflect history, it was necessary to reflect an entire era. When that time came, the events of the past would happen again. Everyone's mental path would have to be experienced again. Only then could the people and events be guaranteed to be the original things that were reflected. If the person reflected had experienced different things, then their experience would be completely different. When that time came, even if they were revived, it would only be equivalent to a corpse gaining sentience. They would no longer be the same person. Yes or no, what's the difference? The Flower Empress said. Back then, I had already fallen. To be able to see a glimmer of hope is already a great fortune. Even if that person is no longer me after the reflection, it's fine. After pausing for a moment, the Flower Empress continued. Above the end of the road, there's still a small realm. Although I haven't surpassed it, there's already some changes. It's just like this supreme and peak of extreme Tao in your cultivation system. Perhaps there were some mistakes in the path I took back then, so I wasn't able to take that final step. Now that I'm walking the path of cultivation again, perhaps there'll be different gains. Perhaps it'll allow me to take that supreme step. At that time, perhaps I'll be able to compete with that strange ancestor. The Flower Empress' tone was as if she was wholeheartedly seeking Tao. Zhou Tong didn't know how to persuade her. After all, in order to seek Tao, she didn't even hesitate to die. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tong said, "Since fellow Taoist has such a heart to seek Tao, I won't say anything more. However, I have a technique that might be able to help fellow Taoists progress further." As he spoke, Zhou Tong sent out a technique. This technique was the transformation technique of the Little Stone Emperor in the world of immortals. The Little Stone Emperor shed his old body and formed a new body. Finally, the two bodies fused and broke through to the next realm. Although the Flower Empress' peak strength was enough to look down on the Little Stone Emperor, this technique came from another cultivation system. It was something that was born from another world's cultivation system. It was something that was completely different from the cultivation system of the heavens and the heavens. When this technique was revealed, the Flower Empress' soul couldn't help but tremble. She looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Chapter 15:11. Fellow cultivator, you are indeed impressive to be able to create such a technique. After carefully studying the technique that Zhou Tong had passed down, the Flower Emperor could not help but admire him. She felt that even though this technique wasn't tailor-made for those powerhouses who had undergone rebirth, if she retained some of the core transformation techniques of this technique and slightly modified some of the other branches and leaves, perhaps this technique will be able to blossom with a different vitality. At that time, she might be able to create a technique that was specially designed for experts who had undergone rebirth. Not only could those experts who had undergone rebirth be resurrected, but they might even be able to advance further and break through their previous realm. If one thought about it carefully, this technique would definitely have epic-making significance. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. This technique indeed needs to be improved. The Little Stone Emperor's transformation technique was originally at the cost of the death of his divine soul. After the death of his divine soul, a wisp of vitality was born from the extreme death to reconstruct his divine soul and then regenerate his physical body to achieve the goal of a new body. Those experts who had died long ago had already met the characteristics of the death of their divine soul. Then, a wisp of vitality was reborn from the spirit in their body to reconstruct their divine soul. This was also very much in line with the characteristics of the Little Stone Emperor's secret technique. Next, he only needed to slightly modify some of the branches and details to form a supreme technique. The only thing that needed to be improved was the level of this technique. The level of this technique was too low. It was suitable for experts at the level of celestial kings and quasi-celestial emperors. However, for those at the level of celestial emperors, it was still a little lacking. However, the good thing was that this technique already had a template. The difficulty of upgrading the secret technique was naturally much lower than the difficulty of creating a secret technique from scratch. As long as he focused on comprehending it for a period of time, he might be able to create such a secret technique. If this secret technique can be completed, perhaps in the future, when faced with strange and ominous things, we might still have the power to fight, the Flower Emperor said softly. The Flower Empress said softly, but speaking of which, Taoist friends Qilin Incarnation has been using this Tao as its core to transform, turning void into reality. Perhaps in the future, it will reach a supreme level, not weaker than me back then. However, if this is done, I'm afraid that the amount of resources consumed by the Qilin Incarnation is unimaginable. The Flower Emperor changed the topic to Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate. She had always been attached to the seed of the Pollen Road's ancestral root, so she was naturally aware of the relationship between Zhou Tong and the Qilin true fate. Naturally, She also had some understanding of the path the Qilin true fate walked. Accurately speaking, it was an incomparable understanding. This was because Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate did not spend much effort on other things. From the start of cultivation, he had been constantly strengthening his high heavens. His path was clear and his thoughts were clear. This was something the Flower Emperor had never seen before. The other party's path was to create a brand new high heavens. Once he succeeded, the Qilin strength would be unimaginable. However, the amount of resources consumed by this method was unimaginable. Zhou Tong. Although this method consumes a lot of resources, it's also strange and ominous. As he spoke, Zhou Tong casually took out a fragmented picture scroll and waved it, revealing a trace of a smile. This is the final Dao fruit of a person from the strange race who had reached the end of his path. The Flower Emperor was slightly shocked. Dao friend, you have already killed an expert at the end of his path. She was indeed shocked. Zhou Tong had not even stabilized himself at the Immortal Emperor level, but he had already killed an Immortal Emperor. This kind of battle prowess was truly unimaginable. The Flower Emperor then said, "Unfortunately, the strange race is eternal. They can't be killed. It doesn't matter if they can't kill him. I have his Dao fruit in my hand. Even if he revives, I'm afraid it will take a few epochs, or even a dozen epochs to barely recover to his peak." Zhou Tong laughed. Although that immortal emperor had escaped by committing suicide, he could not bring his Dao fruit with him. Even if he was revived, he would have to cultivate again. His Dao fruit was the product of who knew how many civilizations. If he had to cultivate again, it would take who knew how much time. That's true. His Dao fruit was seized by Dao friend. In the following dozen or so epochs, it might be difficult for him to maintain his immortal emperor strength. The Flower Emperor nodded. However, as she spoke, the Flower Emperor's expression immediately became serious. Dao friend wishes to use the strange and ominous bloodline to refine the Qilin incarnation's Dao fruit. This is not an issue. However, with your current strength, if you forcefully charge into the strange race's highlands, you will definitely not be able to return. Even though your strength is great, when facing the strange and ominous ultimate trump cards, you are still a bit lacking. The Flower Emperor spoke. She spoke of many of the strange race's secrets, many of them things not even sure how had explained to Zhou Tong in detail back then. For example, the strength of the strange race's ancestors. Back then, when the Flower Emperor fought the strange race, the dozen or so immortal emperors couldn't stop her. This continued until she arrived near the highlands, stopped by a coffin carrying ancestor. At that time, she already sensed that even though she was already at the peak of immortal emperor, there was still a slight difference between her and the strange race's ancestors. She understood extremely clearly that even though the other party didn't exceed the immortal emperor level, he still took half a step into the immortal emperor realm. Meanwhile, this half step was a heavenly moat that she couldn't cross back then no matter what she did. All Dao laws are already useless against the strange race's ancestors. At their level, they have long destroyed all Dao, which is why they can transcend above, to the extent where they themselves already possess Dao. The Flower Emperor continued to describe the strength of the ancestor she encountered back then. Half a step above the Lu Jin level, that cultivation realm, the Flower Emperor muttered to herself for a bit, and then said, "Dao sacrifice. Sacrificing all of one's Dao. If this cultivation realm has to be given a name, then only Dao sacrifice fits. Dao sacrifice. Half a step above immortal emperor." Zhou Tong's mind became more and more serious. Previously, he had heard the Flower Emperor talk about this cultivation realm, but now that the Flower Emperor had described it in detail, Zhou Tong immediately understood how terrifying this cultivation realm was. Dao sacrifice, sacrificing one's own Dao. It could even be said that at this realm, one's own body would surpass Dao and reach an unknown and terrifying realm. Although my Immortal Phoenix, True Fate's Paragon Ultimate Fire Dao is strong, it hasn't reached this level. Without a doubt, This Tao sacrifice realm battle strength surpasses my immortal phoenix true fate. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, as long as my Qilin true fate can mature, as long as my immortal phoenix true fate and Qilin true fate return, even if my original body hasn't reached the Tao sacrifice realm, I should be able to contend against people of this realm with the help of my 10 heavenly rings. Because, even if it's Tao sacrifice, it's still restricted to this world. Chapter 15:12. Only an absolute immortal emperor has the qualifications to head to the plateau of the strange race. Only an absolute immortal emperor has the qualifications to survive from the hands of the strange race's progenitor if he is lucky, the Flower Emperor said. Although the Tao sacrifice, which was half a step above the immortal emperor, was powerful, it was not an instant kill for a true absolute immortal emperor. It would require a long battle. During this period of time, if one's luck was good and his hands were short, there was still a chance for him to escape. It was just like the alternative Tao and the 9 layers of quasi-emperors. Although the alternative Tao could suppress the 9 layers of quasi-emperors, in truth, the alternative Tao would require a world-shaking battle to kill the 9 layers of quasi-emperors. It was very likely that one would be injured. Since your Qilin incarnation needs resources, then this ancestral route of our Flower Emperor's path is yours. The Flower Emperor continued, after perfecting the secret technique you taught me, I will leave alone and use my spirit and soul to reflect the passage of time and be reborn. You left behind a seed in the ancestral root before it underwent nirvana, right? Zhou Tong said. The Flower Emperor nodded. Yes, that is indeed the case. I will give this ancestral root to you. I still have a second ancestral root that is not weaker than this one. Hearing the Flower Emperor's words, Zhou Tong could only sigh in his heart. In the end, his ancestral root had to be returned to its original owner. Also, your Qilin incarnation has evolved to this stage. It must undergo a period of cultivation. The Flower Emperor continued. The speed of evolution is too fast. Now, it is equivalent to the mortal immortal of your cultivation system. If you use the pollen to evolve further, I'm afraid there will be a mutation. If I'm not wrong, it will require at least 300,000 years of cultivation, the Flower Emperor said. 300,000 years. Unfortunately, I don't have that much time to cultivate. Zhou Tong shook his head. Then there are only 2 methods. First, you can spend time refining the essence of the heavens and turn it into heavenly liquid to cleanse the body and soul. This will greatly reduce the cultivation time. Second, find a place where the flow of time is extremely fast and let him cultivate there for 300,000 years, the Flower Emperor said. Heavenly liquid. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. The Flower Emperor chatted with Zhou Tong for a while and then returned to the ancestral roots to rest. On the other side, Zhou Tong had also collected all the remaining mutant soil in this world and looked at his Qilin true fate. The Qilin nodded and took a step forward. With a boom, a blank scroll appeared next to him. This was the high heavens that the Qilin true fate had drawn. The high heavens was no small matter. Under normal circumstances, if one wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to see it. Even if it was the Qilin true fate, it was still the same. My Tao, my path. From now on, my cultivation base can finally support this path of mine. The Qilin's true fate softly said. At the same time, the blank scroll began to reveal something real. Beautiful mountains and rivers emerged from the scroll. At the same time, the Qilin true fate's blood energy surged and soared to the sky. At the same time, a bright soul light emerged from his forehead and accompanied his blood energy. This was the Qilin true fate using his own life force as the paper and his soul force as the paint. The majestic mountains and rivers, as well as the supreme high heavens, seemed to be splitting the heaven and earth apart. This was the Qilin true fate's Tao, an invincible scene that he had created. Ever since this success, the Qilin true fate had been silently perfecting this Tao. However, due to his lack of cultivation, he couldn't take the next step to reveal this painting. Rumble. An extremely beautiful scroll slowly appeared next to the Chilean True Fate. It quickly expanded and turned into a painting large enough to cover the entire world. At the same time, endless scenes appeared in the picture scroll. The various cultivation systems of the heavens, as well as the various daos and techniques, intertwined and crisscrossed in the picture scroll. This was the Kuan Peng True Fate, obtained countless cultivation systems and laws from the high heavens from the Kuan Peng ancestor. All of this became the foundation of the Chilean True Fate's ultimate art and painting. In the void, rivers intertwined, mountains rose and fell, and the vast ocean turned into ice. Countless strange phenomena and scenes were formed by countless scriptures and Taoist arts. The Taoist arts that belonged to the high heavens were all displayed at this moment. The entire great world was intertwined in this world, spreading throughout this world. This was the Chilean True Fate using his own soul as the paint, his vast blood energy as the paper, and the endless grand Tao as the ink to create this great world. After the scroll surrounded the entire world, it imprinted itself onto it. Rumble, this fragment of the immortal realm, which was comparable to a supermassive world, finally melted slowly at this moment. Like water, it was integrated into this picture scroll. Rumble. The void and earth rumbled as the grand Tao intertwined and replaced each other. All of the laws and laws, tangible and intangible, were filled up at this moment. A great world was filled into the scroll, and a great world was integrated into the supreme law. Speaking of which, if the sovereign succeeded back then, the scene he saw would be the same as what I'm seeing today. Zhou true body stood proudly in the void and quietly watched this grand world being refined by his Chilean True Fate in his own grand world. Finally, the scroll dissipated and the chaos surged towards the central region. In the blink of an eye, it drowned out the great world. The Chilean True Fate quietly flew out of the chaos and returned to Zhou side. Indeed, a part of it turned into reality. Zhou examined the high heavens that the Chilean True Fate had painted and then carefully examined his body. It's useless. Looks like further strengthening the scroll is useless. I can't reduce the time needed to recuperate. Zhou shook his head after carefully examining the Chilean True Fate. Fine, in that case, I'll enter the 10 heavenly rings to recuperate for 300,000 years. You can refine a part of the strange, immortal emperor's Tao fruit. Zhou made up his mind and put the Chilean True Fate into his 10 heavenly rings. Back in the river of time, Zhou had kept the Tao fruit of the golden-eyed immortal emperor in his possession for this day. The golden-eyed immortal emperor's Tao fruit was very similar to the Chilean True Fate's Tao fruit. Refining it would save him a huge amount of resources. Of course, the Chilean True Fate was still weak and couldn't completely refine it. He could only refine a small part of it. Chapter 15:13. The endless chaos suddenly parted to reveal a great Tao. Zhou quietly walked through the primordial chaos by himself. Soon, he arrived outside another major world. This is the 73rd great world I've found in the past 2 years, and the 11th barren world without life. Zhou looked at the great world in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he took out the pollen road ancestral root, circulated his divine power, and instantly changed the world. After waiting for a month, the entire world was reconstructed and transformed into a great world that perfectly matched Pollen Road's path. Zhou then took out a portion of the top-quality mutant soil from the great world, and the Chilean True Fate walked out of his 10 heavenly rings. He opened the painting of high heavens and refined this world. Along the way, you've refined 11 great worlds and 26 world stones left behind after the fall of great worlds. Is your Chilean transformation really going to reach the scale of high heavens? The flower powder emperor appeared from the seed again. He looked at the picture scroll on the Chilean Real Fate's body. He had a serious expression. Even though the Chilean True Fate hadn't broken through to the Immortal King level, Just this scroll alone was enough to suppress a real immortal king. This painting had already displayed an incomparably terrifying might. Even immortal kings didn't dare to casually take it head-on. It was very likely that they would be suppressed. Zhou Tong looked at the Qilin True Fate, then at the Pollen Emperor, and thought, "You're wrong. My Qilin True Fate also refined the 57 Great World from Golden Eye Immortal Emperor's painting. What you know is only a small part of it." Zhou Tong said, "It's impossible to reach the scale of high heavens. But it's not a problem to reach the scale of high heavens and form a small one. Just refine a few more worlds, then refine a few more immortal emperors of the strange and unknown lineages. But if I continue, the efficiency won't be high. It's about time to return to high heavens." Zhou Tong thought and looked at the Qilin True Fate. The Qilin True Fate nodded. After that, he walked towards the primal chaos. At the same time, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from his body. He was about to break through to the Immortal King realm. A cooldown of 300,000 years might be difficult for others, but for Zhou Tong, who had 10 paradise rings, it was a simple matter of accelerating time. Therefore, when he went out to search for all kinds of uninhabited worlds or worlds that were about to collapse, the Qilin True Fate had already spent 300,000 years in the 10 Heavenly Passages Divine Ring. It had already reached the standard for the next evolution, and he could already become an immortal king without any side effects. In an instant, a terrifying roar shook the void and shook time. At the same time, next to the Qilin True Fate, the void cracked and primordial chaos split open. Primordial chaos, lightning, and endless divine chains of order interweaved together as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. Amidst this terrifying light, the Qilin True Fate suddenly turned into the Qilin True Body and stood there with its head held high. Its two horns pointed towards the sky like two dazzling divine sabers that slashed through the firmament and shattered the primordial chaos. The Qilin True Fate's blood energy surged. Its peerless body actually formed an indescribable domain that distorted the space-time and primordial chaos. Even the river of time had monstrous waves. An existence that had yet to become an immortal king could actually cause such a phenomenon in the river of time. From this, one could see how terrifying the Qilin True Fate's breakthrough was. In the blink of an eye, the area where the Qilin True Fate was located turned into a land of darkness. At the same time, an invisible suppression from the pollen path appeared. Breaking through to the Immortal King realm and also breaking through the suppression of the pollen path? This avatar of yours wants to widen the path at this time? The Pollen Emperor's figure also appeared. Clearly, the Qilin True Fate didn't use the pollen this time. Instead, it used its own spirit and power to break free from the suppression of the pollen path and forcefully widen the path. Buzz! At this time, countless specks of light emerged from the darkness. These were the spirits of the pollen path. They lit up like candlelight and paved a path all the way to the Qilin True Fate's feet. The Qilin True Fate's divine force erupted. Each of its scales was more resplendent than gold. Each strand of hair on its back was tougher than immortal gold. Runes and Tao runes spread from its body. The surrounding space-time also began to distort following the Qilin True Fate's breakthrough. At the same time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around it. This scene was incomparably terrifying. Ordinary quasi-emperors wouldn't be able to see this scene with their own eyes. However, Zhou Tong and the Pollen Emperor were not among them. With their cultivation, they could easily see the scene in the darkness. This was a ruined land with primordial energy flowing like a waterfall. This was a mythical battlefield, as if the ancient era had reappeared in the mortal world. In the darkness, only spirit particles danced in the air, creating a mysterious path. Countless fierce beasts and existences appeared around the Qilin True Fate. They roared as they pounced towards the Qilin True Fate. These monsters and existences were the spirits of the most ancient era. They couldn't appear, but there was only one situation where they could appear, and that was when someone wanted to expand the pollen path. However, the Chilean True Fate was not afraid at all. It aggressively attacked and killed one monster after another. The crazier the battle, the more powerful the Chilean True Fate's aura became. It advanced through the battle and comprehended the Tao. It even forcefully created a new world. Following the Chilean True Fate's crazy battle, more monsters appeared in the void. This time, they were full of strangeness and inauspiciousness. There were monsters with black blood flowing all over their bodies, monsters with gray mist all over their bodies, and even monsters with rainbow-colored hair all over their bodies. This was the influence of strangeness and inauspiciousness on the pollen path. At this moment, with the expansion of the path, it had taken another step forward. However, whether it was strange or inauspicious, or the old spirits of the pollen path, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the Chilean True Fate. Boom! In the end, even the Grand Tao was trembling like a primordial thunder. It caused the Chilean True Fate's body to tremble violently. It was as if the sky was falling down. Fight! Fight for a new path! Fight for a new self! The Chilean True Fate crazily roared and waved its high heaven scroll with all its might. It used its Tao and laws to resist the suppression of the entire path. All the laws and orders in the void were slowly destroyed and absorbed by the high heaven scroll. Chapter 15:14. The battlefield between reality and illusion, breaking the restriction of the pollen path, breaking the ominous pollution. Looks like it won't be long before we succeed. The Pollen Emperor praised. She could vaguely see an even more brilliant light on the pollen path, tearing through the darkness and the ominous to reach the other side. The key to breaking through this path and widening it was to forcefully break through the darkness and advance without the help of pollen. The pollen path could be advanced independently, but the pollution here was too heavy, so the predecessors had no choice but to rely on pollen to advance. Although they had left behind some cultivation arts for their own evolution, they had never succeeded. From the start to the end, they had to rely on the pollen to advance. Even if they occasionally broke through by themselves, it was just like Zhou cultivation before the Chilean True Fate. They would only break through a minor realm and never break through a major realm. This was especially true for the true immortal and supreme immortal king realms. To reach this step, the most important thing was to not fear the ominous and ominous. Even the ominous and ominous at the same level couldn't pollute him or affect his cultivation. Rumble. Finally, as the Chilean True Fate continued to fight and use various techniques, he was able to derive everything he had learned to the extreme. Both his body and soul were glowing. He had begun to sublimate and transform himself, rapidly becoming stronger to enter the immortal king realm. Crack! Finally, the Chilean True Fate destroyed all the darkness and the suppression of the great Tao. He pierced through the chaos and rushed to the firmament. At this time, the darkness around the Chilean True Fate finally dissipated. The Chilean True Fate reappeared in the real world. His blood was boiling. At this moment, he had broken through the shackles of the pollen path and successfully opened the path of this cultivation system. Rumble! At this moment, in the primordial chaos, with the Chilean True Fate as the center, the surrounding void was collapsing inch by inch. The terrifying strength of the Chilean True Fate almost distorted time. His soul was like a blazing sun, shining brilliantly and powerful to the extreme. Rumble! After the Chilean True Fate broke through the restriction of the pollen path and reappeared in the real world, the surrounding void was filled with lightning. This was chaos lightning, the most terrifying chaos lightning. At this moment, the Chilean True Fate wasn't in a great world, but in the chaos. Therefore, the lightning he faced was naturally the most powerful chaos lightning. The target of the lightning was the Chilean True Fate. This was the immortal king tribulation, breaking the upper limit and opening up a new path. I can already see an emperor star slowly rising. However, what's the use of letting your incarnation grow to the end of the path with another cultivation system? What you need now is to stabilize your realm. Your realm is not stable yet. The Flower Emperor looked at Zhou Tong. The stronger he is, the stronger I will be. Zhou Tong replied, but he did not explain in detail. Instead, he quickly changed the topic. Speaking of which, the secret technique from last time is almost complete now. Do you have any plans? Are you really going to reflect time now and reflect your past? The secret technique Zhou Tong was talking about was naturally the Little Stone Emperor's rebirth technique. However, the two of them had studied it for several years and finally raised this secret technique to the Celestial Emperor level, making it useful for fallen Celestial Emperors. The Flower Empress was silent for a while and shook her head. I'm not strong enough now. Even if I reflect, it'll be very difficult. I'll need a period of time to accumulate power. Also, I need to wait for the flower path to bloom again. Only then can I truly reflect time. To the Flower Empress, if she wanted to revive, she naturally needed to wait for the flower path to fully reappear. If she reflected time now, the one who would revive in the future would not be her. The waiting time was just enough for her soul and spirit to absorb power from the various heavens and set up. At the same time, it was also enough for her to use the secret technique. After her power recovered, she would be even stronger. However, after the ancestral root blooms again, I can leave and slowly set up the path back. The Flower Empress said, although your Kirin incarnation broke through the ceiling, you should still absorb the pollen. It can increase the speed of stabilizing the Celestial King realm. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and looked at the Kirin real life. The Celestial King tribulation was still ongoing. Endless runes condensed into rays of law light and bombarded the Kirin real life. After more than 10 days, the Celestial King tribulation dissipated. The Kirin real life also successfully reached the Celestial King realm. Rumble. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhou Tong opened up a small world within the primal chaos. Then he poured a large amount of the essence of the mutant soil into the small world and solemnly buried the seed in the soil. A moment later, a purple tree emerged from the strange soil. It grew rapidly, and its body grew bigger and bigger. Every time this pollen ancestral root bloomed and bore fruit, the next tree would grow larger and larger, more and more majestic. In a short period of time, this purple tree had already reached a height of 270 feet. At the same time, a purple flower bloomed on the tree with a diameter of 3 feet. Strands of white mist sprinkled down from the flower and covered Zhou Tong's Kirin real life. All the power of the pollen was refined into the Kirin's body by the breathing technique and turned into its own power. Nothing strange happened. Zhou Tong carefully looked at this scene and understood many things in his heart. In fact, after using the pollen, there was a strange change in the Kirin real life. It was as if something was growing in its body, but this feeling was suppressed. However, after breaking the limit of the pollen path, this feeling completely disappeared. Even after absorbing the pollen of an immortal king, there was no change. Although there were no changes, Zhou Tong could clearly feel that the Qilin real life's body was getting stronger. If it was said that it was only at the peak of the Immortal King realm when it had just broken through to the Immortal King realm, it was now a true Immortal King realm powerhouse. It was even vaguely touching the Emperor realm. Very quickly, the flower withered and the tree withered once again. It turned into dust and dissipated, leaving behind only a seed. This tree will bloom 3 more times, and it will be able to recover to its peak. The Flower Emperor came out of the seed again. However, her condition was clearly better now, and her body was more solid. However, I'm afraid it can only bloom once in the lower worlds. The remaining 2 times can only be found in high heavens. Zhou Tong looked at the seed and said softly, "That's right, so you should return to high heavens. As for me, I will also leave." The Flower Emperor said one last sentence and bowed to Zhou Tong to express her gratitude before quickly leaving. Chapter 15:15. In the end, she still left. Zhou Tong carefully inspected the seed. It didn't contain any of the Emperor's spirit or soul light. However, this only made Zhou Tong even happier. If the Emperor was always by his side, he wouldn't be able to display many of his abilities. Now that she was gone, it was even better for Zhou Tong. Moreover, this ancestral root could be considered a true Qilin true fate that belonged to him in the truest sense. Zhou Tong casually tossed the seed to the Qilin true fate. Rumble. After obtaining this seed, the Qilin true fate immediately fused its flesh and soul with the seed. Then, the scroll behind it suddenly opened up and swallowed the seed in one gulp. Crack! After entering the painting, the seed slightly trembled before germinating. Seeds needed strange soil to germinate. The High Heaven scroll in the Qilin True Fate had refined so many worlds, including the scroll left behind by immortal Emperor Goldeneye. How could it lack strange soil? It could even be said that even without strange soil, the Qilin True Fate could create it on its own. The so-called mutant soil was the land where the spirits left behind by the ancient heroic spirits had settled down. This was the mutant soil. After breaking through the limit of the pollen path and evolving on its own, the Qilin True Fate spirit was enough for this seed to germinate. It could be said that the spirit used to germinate this seed was the Qilin True Fate's own spirit. It didn't use any strange soil and relied on its own spirit to feed the seed. This was also the last evolution Zhou Tong wanted the Qilin True Fate to undergo before heading to the high heavens. This evolution was extremely important since it allowed Zhou Tong to gain a deeper understanding of spirits. The pollen path was indeed very mysterious, especially regarding spirits. It was as if a new door had been opened. What exactly was a spirit? Even the current Zhou Tong didn't have a clear understanding of it. Zhou Tong felt that something like a spirit was similar to a true spirit, but it was also completely different. It even had the concept of karma and many other concepts. If a person's spirit completely dissipated from this world, it was almost equivalent to their karma dissipating. Even the hearts of others would not remember this person. In fact, when Zhou Tong's Qilin True Fate fell into darkness and exceeded the limit of the pollen path, a similar situation occurred. The Qilin True Fate seemed to have entered an illusory place. Other than immortal emperor-level existences, everyone else had a vague impression of it. Because of this, Zhou Tong had speculated a long time ago that this spirit of the pollen path was something common to all cultivators. Moreover, this thing might be the key to immortal emperor Jumia. Immortal emperors were boundless and indestructible. As long as there were people in this world who still remembered them and had an image of them, then they could use this to come back to life. However, if this spirit was completely destroyed, it would be equivalent to cutting off all the karma of this immortal emperor, cutting off the last possibility of his existence. Spirit annihilation is immortal Emperor Jumia. Zhou Tong murmured in his mind. At the same time, his profound eyes gazed intensely at all the changes in the Qilin True Fate. Zhou Tong and the Qilin True Fate were one, so he could easily sense all the changes in the Qilin True Fate. He could also feel the absorption of the Qilin True Fate. It was also this feeling that made Zhou Tong realize the possibility of exterminating an immortal emperor-level expert. Before this, although Zhou Tong was able to kill immortal emperors could still be resurrected. This resurrection wasn't the complete resurrection of an unknown race. Rather, it was a normal resurrection. This was the embodiment of immortal emperor's boundless indestructibility. Only an immortal emperor with a deep understanding of this domain would have the ability to break the indestructibility of an immortal Emperor Jumia. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong also felt the key to this immortal Emperor Jumia. Ordinary immortal emperors wouldn't be able to come back to life after being killed by this method. The pollen path is truly a treasure, allowing me to suddenly understand this thing. Zhou Tong was a bit excited, but he still carefully observed every change in the Qilin True Fate. He had to be careful because the Qilin True Fate was using its own spirit to feed this seed. Once the spirit was exhausted, it would most likely die. Because of this, Zhou Tong had to carefully observe all the changes in front of him. Once there was a change, he would immediately take out another strange soil to replace it. Even if this attempt failed, he absolutely couldn't let the Qilin True Fate die. Zhou Tong and the Qilin True Fate were almost connected. Zhou Tong could feel that the Qilin True Fate spirit was being absorbed by this seed in a strange manner. During this process, Zhou Tong could even feel that the Qilin True Fate and the Pollen Path's ancestral root were completely connected. This tree seemed to be a different life form for the Qilin True Fate. During this process of cultivation, the spirit in the world began to drift. The Qilin True Fate's body became increasingly transparent, as if it was about to disappear from this world. At the same time, the tree on the Pollen Path's ancestral root had also grown to its limit. It was several hundred miles tall, and the flower bud at the top of the tree had also taken shape. It only needed to pour in a bit more spirit for it to bloom. This is the crucial moment. But this time, the ancestral root is also evolving, so it needs a higher level spirit. My Qilin True Fate can't handle it anymore. Zhou Tong saw all of these changes. His Qilin True Fate had reached its limit. If this continued, something would happen. However, I already have a plan. At a time like this, it's time for the peerless, indestructible art. With a thought, Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix Fate walked out of his 10 heavenly paradise divine ring. A thought related to the Qilin True Fate emerged in his mind. In a split second, a strange connection was formed between the Qilin True Fate and the immortal phoenix True Fate. Boom! At this time, the Qilin True Fate's illusory body suddenly shook and became much more corporeal. Even its aura became much stronger, as if it was being nourished by something. This change seemed ordinary, but in Zhou Tong's eyes, it was as if the heaven and earth were being split apart. Many things that he couldn't see in the past suddenly appeared. The everlasting infinity art, a deeper usage of this art, and even a different method of reviving immortal emperors. All of these things faintly appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. Chapter 15:16. I see. So this is the way to revive an immortal emperor. Not only does it reflect history, there are other ways as well. Destroying the spirit can indeed cause an immortal emperor to perish completely. But in fact, there are other similar ways to revive him. Because even if you destroy the spirit, the opponent still has a thought, and that is the thought in the heart of the expert who killed him. At this instant, Zhou Tong understood the method to save an immortal emperor who had already fallen. This was a completely different method from reflecting history. It was simpler and faster, but also more energy-consuming. The extinction of an immortal emperor was the extinction of karma and the extinction of the thought in the heart of the person. However, this extinction was not complete, because the person who killed the immortal emperor would definitely remember the existence of this person in his heart. At this time, there were two ways to revive a dead immortal emperor. The first way was to reflect history and let the existence of the past return from history. The second way was to start from the thought and restore the spirit of the immortal emperor to help him recover on his own. The first method was suitable for a large-scale revival. When the revival target was not only the immortal emperor, but also the people around him, this method was more suitable. The second method was suitable for a single target revival. When the revival target was only the immortal emperor, it was very difficult. Not only did it require a very deep understanding of the spirit, but it also required a very deep understanding of the essence of the immortal emperor, infinite indestructibility. Although the immortal emperor was said to be indestructible, how many of them could actually revive with a single thought? There were so many immortal emperors in the high heavens. After they died, there was clearly a remnant spirit, but why couldn't they use their own infinite indestructibility to revive? The reason was that the immortal emperors did not have a good understanding of the infinite indestructibility. The infinite indestructibility of the immortal emperors was an ability that came with them after they cultivated to this realm. It was like eating and drinking for mortals. However, most immortal emperors could not perform a more difficult operation of the infinite indestructibility, just like how mortals would not think about when to drink water and how much water to drink each time was the best for the body. This new resurrection method only requires a bit of my power to resurrect an immortal emperor. is many times stronger and more stable than the previous method of reflecting time. Such a method of reviving an immortal emperor, I'm afraid that only a cultivator like me, who has a deep understanding of Wuji indestructibility, cultivated the path of pollen, and has a deep understanding of spirit can grasp it. Zhou Tong was quite pleased with himself. He didn't expect for the Qilin true fate to gain a deeper understanding of the essence of an immortal emperor. However, the Qilin true fate was still quietly cultivating. With the help of the immortal phoenix true fate, his body was becoming more and more solid. Towards the end, his body had completely recovered. With the help of the immortal phoenix true fate and the peerless indestructible art, the spirits that had been poured into the ancestral roots of the pollen path had been restored to their peak. Then, the Qilin true fate poured most of its spirit into the pollen road ancestral root. Pop! Almost in an instant, the huge flower petal at the top of the tree moved rhythmically. Strands of light escaped from the blossoming flower petal, and an extremely dense white mist filled the air. However, all of this was concentrated in the painting of the high heavens that the Qilin true fate had drawn. The Qilin true fate channeled its breathing technique towards the mist and flower fragrance. In the blink of an eye, the wondrous pollen was absorbed and refined by the Qilin true fate. It resonated with his flesh and soul. His entire body was glowing. Due to the majority of his spirit being poured into the Qilin true fate, his body became dim and illusory. However, in the blink of an eye, his body was filled with a dazzling brilliance. The Qilin true fate was evolving towards the level of Daozu. It was undergoing a nirvana, a transition of life. The petals bloomed one by one. The entire painting was filled with a boundless mist, and all of this was absorbed by the Qilin true fate. His body was undergoing a transformation, and the transformation was extremely intense. His bones emitted the sound of thunder, and the sound of scriptures chanting could be heard from his body. His soul light resonated with the Grand Tao. In just a moment, primordial chaos surged around the Qilin true fate, causing the heaven and earth to shatter. This was an extremely shocking great nirvana. The Qilin true fate, who had already cultivated to the immortal king level to begin with, experienced a great increase in strength during this process. The Qilin true fate's own spirit quickly became stronger and stronger during this process. Moreover, his spirit also became purer and purer. Not only was it like a crystal, untainted by a speck of dust, it even more so erupted with brilliant radiance. His spirit could actually produce a wave of multicolored radiance. This type of power and purity was something no one had ever achieved before the path of pollen. Using one's own spirit as a strange soil to nurture a strange tree, and then absorbing the pollen, this was an unprecedented step on the path of pollen. This step also allowed him to touch upon Daozu's realm. This was completely an unexpected harvest for Zhou Tong. He didn't expect that after becoming a path pioneer not long ago, he would be able to perfect this path a step further. Regardless of whether it is the path pioneer or the path pioneer, the paths they opened all need to be perfected a step further. Zhou Tong silently said to himself, using the heaven covering technique as an example. Sure Hao established the heaven covering technique a long time ago. He was precisely the one who opened the path. However, after opening the path, he still needed to tell others how to follow this path. This was the true creation of a cultivation system. Before, Sure Hao could only cultivate the 5 great secret realms himself. But after completely perfecting it, he could make everyone follow the path he opened. Similarly, Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate was also like this. Previously, he relied on his own strength to forcefully break through the ceiling of the path of pollen. The meaning of this step was only to tell others that they didn't need to rely on pollen, that they could similarly advance. However, the problem was that if others didn't rely on pollen, how were they supposed to advance? Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate was able to break through the ceiling because it didn't fear the strange and inauspicious. How are others going to break through this ceiling like him? It was just like Sure Hao. He used the body as a seed, establishing the sea of reincarnation and Tao Palace. Then, how were others who didn't use the body as a seed supposed to proceed? The answer was to perfect the system a step further, starting from zero, creating a cultivation method step by step. Similarly, the Chilean True Fate's breakthrough this time was equivalent to obtaining a further answer, which was to use one's own spirit as a strange soil, plant pollen that completely belonged to oneself, and then continue to advance. Even though this step was far from perfect, it was clearly a step further than before. How to cultivate one's own spirit, how to make one's spirit purer and more powerful. The most crucial step was precisely this step. This was a path of pollen without any repercussions. Chapter 15-17. Very quickly, the giant tree in the high heavens scroll dissipated into dust, leaving behind only a strange-looking seed. The shape of the seed was similar to a Chilean. If one didn't look carefully, they would think it was the seed of the Chilean divine medicine. After the transformation, the Chilean True Fate stood up again. Strands of eternal light appeared on the surface of his body. This was the light of a quasi-mortal emperor, which meant that he had touched upon the realm of Daozu. Even a part of his body had entered the realm of Daozu. I'm now Emperor Light Immortal King, but after this evolution, it'll be troublesome. Zhou Tong looked carefully at the Chilean True Fate and thought to himself. The Chilean True Fate continued to evolve. This speed was simply too fast. Now, it was in the same cooling period as the pollen path. Moreover, it wouldn't be able to advance any further for at least 1,000,000 years. It wouldn't be able to enter the quasi-immortal Emperor Dao ancestor realm. It's good that I can't advance for 1,000,000 years. I can use this time to settle down in my 10 heavenly rings. The Dao fruit of the gold-eyed immortal emperor can be further dissected and studied. In addition, the scriptures left behind by the Kunping old ancestor also need to be further integrated into the Chilean True Fate's path. Moreover, I need time to further improve the method of widening the pollen path. Zhou Tong looked at the Chilean True Fate and his immortal phoenix True Fate. It seems that this cultivation method will exhaust my immortal phoenix True Fate. Zhou Tong looked carefully at his immortal phoenix True Fate and thought to himself, using one's spirit as nourishment for the strange tree is equivalent to offering one's life to the strange tree. This kind of death is equivalent to the death of an immortal emperor. It'll be difficult to revive. However, the immortal phoenix True Fate uses its own strength and remnant to resurrect someone using the everlasting immortality technique. It can bring back a person who has perished. However, the price is the consumption of one's own strength. Reviving a target will consume at least twice as much energy as the target. It's easy to revive immortal kings and quasi-immortal emperors. With my immortal phoenix True Fate's foundation, it won't be a problem to support the Chilean True Fate's next 2 evolutions. But if you want to take a step further, the immortal phoenix Fate will obviously harm itself, unless my true body also expends a portion of its power to help. Zhou Tong silently thought of a solution. This kind of cultivation method was actually a shortcut. In the early stages, with the help of the immortal phoenix Real Fate and his own body, it was naturally very easy. However, after reaching a certain level, this kind of shortcut was no longer suitable. However, this kind of shortcut will be helpful for me to fuse with these 2 True Fate in the future. Zhou Tong thought to himself. After experiencing the previous scene, the Chilean and immortal phoenix True Fates had formed a deeper connection. Zhou Tong could clearly sense that the connection between the Chilean True Fate and the immortal phoenix True Fate was no longer just Zhou Tong's true fate, but an even deeper karmic connection. Once his true body joined in the future, he would be able to use the Chilean True Fate to build a brand new bridge between his true body and the immortal phoenix True Fate. It could be seen that this kind of connection would be of great benefit to fusing the 2 True Fates into his true body in the future. However, after the pollen road's ancestral root blossoms 2 more times, it will reach the final level. I think I still need to rely on myself to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Zhou Tong shook his head, then kept the Qilin True Fate and the immortal Phoenix True Fate into his 10 heavenly rings. For the next period of time, the Qilin True Fate didn't need to come out because all the cultivation resources were satisfied in the 10 heavenly rings. The Great World, to supplement the high heavens painting, could be replaced by the Tao fruit of the gold-eyed immortal emperor. The strange soil to allow the pollen road's ancestral root to continue blooming could be replaced by the Qilin True Fate's own spirit. As for other things to comprehend the Tao, they were not a problem in the 10 heavenly rings. In particular, the time inside the 10 heavenly rings was completely under Zhou Tong's control. The cooling time of 1,000,000 years and the cooling time for the next evolution could be directly accelerated by the 10 heavenly rings. However, it's time for me to go to the high heavens again. I wonder if the tyrant body's lineage and the lineage of the deity realm's lineage are not acclimatized to the high heavens. Zhou Tong took a step forward and returned to the passageway that he had left the high heavens. At this moment, the passageway was extremely busy, with many cultivators going up and down. Some of them were heading to the high heavens to settle down, while others were coming down to visit their relatives or to return to their hometowns. However, in general, the majority of the people were heading to the high heavens. According to the situation, a city should have been built in the high heavens. Zhou Tong walked past the cultivators. He deliberately concealed himself so that no one could see him. He walked past the group of people step by step, and in the blink of an eye, he passed through the passageway and returned to the high heavens. He appeared on a huge platform. Over the years, even a place similar to the Ascension platform has been built. It seems that the development is going well. Zhou Tong looked around and saw a huge city surrounded by chaotic aura not far away. The city was bigger than any city in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was gray and boundless. It towered into the clouds, and one could not see the end of it. It did not look like a city at all. Instead, it looked more like a universe. Occasionally, strands of purple Tao patterns could be seen flashing across the city. Those were the restrictions that covered the entire city. TSK, this aura is comparable to the huge cities in the deity realm that suppress the starry sky. Zhou Tong looked at the city in front of him and could not help but nod. There was no doubt that the people who built this city were the close to 100 tyrant bodies that were previously sealed. This was equivalent to a city refined by close to 100 great emperors. It was normal for it to have such an aura. As the first city of the tyrant body lineage in the high heavens, I should leave something behind. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while. Then, he took out a treasure tree with 3,000 different leaves from his 10 heavenly rings. It was the tree of enlightenment. Of course, it could not be the ancestral root of the tea tree. It was a new tree of enlightenment that Zhou Tong had sprouted from a branch of the tree of enlightenment. It could be considered the second generation of the tree of enlightenment. The original tree of enlightenment was split into 2 during the immortal ancient era, so its medicinal effects were greatly reduced. It was only beneficial to true immortals. After that, as Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly rings continued to upgrade, this tree of enlightenment's ancestral root was already beneficial to immortal emperors. The effect of this second-generation tree of enlightenment was not any weaker than the original tree of enlightenment. Zhou Tong casually tossed the second-generation tree of enlightenment into a stream of light and took root in the center of the city. Chapter 15:18. As the Enlightenment tea landed in the center of the city, it immediately alarmed all the tyrant bodies with great success. Everyone stared at the divine tree in a daze. Everyone came to a realization that it must have been made by Zhou Tong. Half of them immediately knelt down and shouted, "Thank you, primogenitor." These people were Zhou Tong's bloodline descendants. There is nothing wrong with calling Zhou Tong primogenitor. Zhou Tong, who was hiding in the void, pondered for a while and then took out 12 stone tablets. Among the 3 stone steels, one of them had the method to enter the 6th secret realm that Zhou Tong had created for them, and the side effects of this secret technique were written on it. The second stone stele had the cultivation methods of various divine forms that Zhou Tong had created, and the remaining 10 stone steles had the 10 quasi-immortal emperor-level secret techniques that Zhou Tong had created. These 12 stone tablets contain the life oath stone from the desolate era world. The prerequisite for obtaining the secret technique was to make a life oath and not leak it out. After all, this was a secret technique left for the tyrant body lineage. At the same time, these 12 stone tablets were also quasi-immortal emperor-level secret treasures that Zhou Tong refined. They could be considered as 12 quasi-immortal emperor-level weapons. Especially when these 12 stone tablets were activated together, they formed a set of formation. After all, this place was high heavens. It was better to leave something as the foundation of the tyrant body lineage. Zhou Tong casually tossed the 12 stone tablets, which immediately turned into flowing light and landed in the city. 4 of them were located next to the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree, 4 were located around the city, and the last 4 were located at the 4 corners of the city. With the 12 stone steles suppressing the city, the oppressive force within the city instantly increased by a large margin. It even formed a no-fly zone. Then, Zhou Tong transmitted his voice to the tyrant bodies at the scene. These 12 stone tablets and the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree will be the initial capital for the tyrant body lineage to gain a foothold in high heavens. There are some secret techniques and cultivation taboos that I have left behind on the 12 stone tablets. Take care of yourselves. After inspecting the situation of the tyrant body lineage and leaving these treasures behind, Zhou Tong returned to the mountain where he had been before and began to comprehend Tao quietly. In the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Zhou Tong, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. Buzz! The Qilin True Fate walked out from the 10 heavenly rings, emitting a terrifying aura. His aura was as heavy as a mountain, and his blood was vigorous to the extreme. Dozens of years had passed in the outside world, but 1,000,000 years had passed in the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring. The Qilin True Fate had completely calmed down due to its rapid evolution. It was now in its peak state and could evolve again. However, this time, he did not use the seed from the pollen path. Instead, he relied on himself to forcefully break through. In reality, during the 1,000,000 years he had spent cultivating within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, he had already prepared everything. He had also deduced his future path. He could rely on his own strength to break through. The Qilin True Fate took a deep breath and channeled his breathing technique. The infinite power hidden inside his body exploded and ignited the void in the blink of an eye. Boom! In the next moment, the sky seemed to have been split open. An endless rain of light sprinkled down, all of which were spirit particles in the world. The pollen path had reached his current level, especially when the Qilin True Fate was about to break through to Daozu's level. The power he naturally summoned was enough to activate large amounts of spirit particles in the world. Then, everything was torn apart. The quasi-immortal Emperor light on the Qilin True Fate's body became denser and denser. The power, runes, and even his body and soul were all transforming. This was especially true for the Qilin True Fate's spirit. It had undergone an extreme transformation. There were no accidents in this breakthrough. After spending 1,000,000 years on comprehension, the path was extremely clear. In just a few moments, the Qilin True Fate had succeeded and stood at Daozu's level. After the successful breakthrough, the Qilin True Fate did not return to the 10 heavenly passage divine ring to cultivate. Instead, it directly planted the seed that resembled a Qilin in the scroll. Crack! In almost an instant, the seed germinated and absorbed the Qilin True Fate's spirit. A few moments later, a 1,000-mile-tall tree grew up. The Qilin True Fate's body naturally became much more illusory. However, Zhou Tong's original body and the immortal phoenix True Fate channeled a secret art together. They used the everlasting method to assist the Qilin True Fate, allowing him to quickly replenish his consumed spirit. Finally, the new divine tree bloomed. In a split second, a fragrance spread for 10,000 miles. Endless white mist and rain of light covered large areas of the scroll. Very quickly, all of this was absorbed by the Qilin true fate. His body began to rapidly advance and reach the limit in a split second. Then his body split open and transformed into an immortal fetus. Afterward, the giant tree turned into ashes, leaving behind a seed. This seed no longer had the vague appearance of a Qilin, but rather the appearance of the Qilin true fate. The pollen path's ancestral root seed, after reaching this step, only lacked that final chance to germinate and blossom, and then it could stop, no longer undergo rebirth, turn into the final divine tree, turn into this path's ancestral root. It has indeed transformed once. The Qilin true fate's power can be considered extremely strong within the Daozu. It has taken the first step towards becoming an immortal emperor. Zhou Tong quietly said in his mind. Plus, my previous calculations were not wrong. At this moment, there is indeed a strange connection between me, the Qilin true fate, and the immortal phoenix true fate. However, for you to take this step, both my immortal phoenix true fate and I have suffered some damage. The immortal phoenix true fate's damage is very easy to recover, but I need around 10 years to recover. These 10 years are just right. The Qilin true fate will continue to cool down inside the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. Later on, the Qilin true fate returned to the 10 heavenly passage divine ring to further refine the scroll left behind by the gold-eyed immortal emperor. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong and the immortal phoenix true fate quietly sat on top of a mountain to recover their power. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Zhou Tong had fully recovered, the Qilin true fate had also spent another 1,000,000 years inside the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. At this moment, he had completely refined everything left behind by the gold-eyed immortal emperor into his scroll. Finally, it is time for the final step. Zhou Tong didn't think too much and immediately let the Qilin true fate undergo one last transformation. This was the second step towards the immortal emperor realm, and the last time the pollen path's ancestral root bloomed. Crack! The seed sprouted and the tree grew. In the blink of an eye, it was 10,000 miles tall and pierced through the clouds. This time, it wasn't just one flower that bloomed from the tree. Many flowers bloomed at the same time, causing the world to become crystal clear. The Qilin true fate absorbed the pollen and quickly completed its last transformation. It stood at the immortal emperor realm, reaching the level of the Kuan Peng true fate. Chapter 1519. The Qilin true fate has finally grown to a level comparable to the Kuan Peng true fate, but it's still some distance away from the immortal phoenix true fate. At the very least, it needs to stand firm in the immortal emperor realm, Zhou Tong thought as he looked at the Qilin true fate. The Qilin true fate's breakthrough this time could be considered to have reached the current limit of the path of pollen. If he wanted to further perfect his Tao fruit and power, there was only one way, and that was to further perfect his heavenly Tao fruit. Only by completely perfecting his heavenly Tao fruit could the Qilin true fate be considered to have truly reached the immortal emperor realm, or even an extremely high immortal emperor realm. However, the golden eye immortal emperor's Tao fruit can be considered to have been completely refined. The next step will be somewhat troublesome. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then looked at the strange and ominous plateau. Fine, I haven't fought for a long time. It's time to go and fight. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. His battle intent surged, as if it was about to soar into the sky. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the ancient underworld and the heavenly emperor burial pit after flattening the Soul River. Moreover, the strange and ominous lower worlds seem to have a huge territory. It's time to take a look at those places. He took a step forward and left the territory he was in. He returned to the lower worlds. Zhou Tong had already killed many of the strange and ominous quasi-immortal emperors. He even killed some immortal emperors, although they committed suicide soon after being captured. That was enough time for Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix true fate to take action and obtain some information about the strange and ominous. Although he didn't obtain the most important information, Zhou Tong basically knew the extent of their contamination and control of the lower worlds. When Celestial Emperor Huang rose to power and headed to the highlands, the uncanny and ominous had already begun to infect the heavens with the Soul River, the burial pit of heaven and earth, and the ancient underworld as the core. Many of the greater worlds had been infected, completely turning into a world of darkness. Speaking of which, the sea of darkness I saw in the place where the realm sea used to be seemed to be one of the results of the strange and ominous invasion of the all heavens. Let's start from there. This time, we'll treat it as doing a good deed and purifying the all heavens. Zhou Tong took a step forward and returned to the sea of darkness that he had seen a long time ago. The darkness ahead was boundless, and it was filled with a strange and ominous aura. Occasionally, one could even see strands of quasi-immortal emperor-level runes in this boundless darkness. Buzz! Zhou Tong didn't move, but the Qilin True Fate stepped out of his 10 heavenly rings and walked towards the darkness. Boom! Suddenly, the dark matter condensed into a dark demon phoenix beside the Qilin Real Fate. Its body was covered in black flames as it roared and charged. Its entire body exuded a terrifying pressure, actually erupting with the power of a half-immortal emperor. This was caused by the half-immortal emperor runes contained in this dark matter. The Qilin True Fate only glanced at the dark demonic phoenix, causing it to explode into a rain of black blood. But soon, the Qilin True Fate's high heavens painting rolled up and sucked in the rain of blood. The originally holy painting seemed to be tainted by ink, but soon there seemed to be some kind of terrifying power rolling within the painting. All the strange, ominous, and darkness that entered the painting were immediately refined into the purest essence and added to the painting. In fact, ever since the return of the immortal phoenix True Fate, Zhou Tong was no longer afraid of the uncanny and ominous. This was because Zhou Tong discovered that the ultimate Tao of fire was the nemesis of the uncanny and ominous. Similarly, the Qilin True Fate spent millions of years refining immortal Emperor Goldeneye's Tao fruit. It could also erase and refine the ominous and ominous. Though he didn't know if he could withstand the source of the strange matter, the rest couldn't do anything to Zhou Tong or his Qilin and immortal phoenix True Fates. Buzz! The Qilin True Fate didn't stop after this attack. Instead, it waved its arms and made the high heavens painting look like an ink painting. It spread in the void and expanded towards the sea of darkness. Boom! The void exploded and the source of darkness boiled. The entire world seemed to have descended into hell, corroding and corrupting everything. In particular, there were countless quasi-immortal emperor-level runes in this sea of darkness. They were all being obliterated by the scroll. There were also many terrifying dark creatures in this sea of darkness. They were all being refined by the scroll in an instant. At the very least, these dark creatures were first-level immortal kings. They had either been eroded and evolved by the strange and ominous, or they had directly escaped from the base of the ominous. However, no matter what their background was, they were completely annihilated by the supreme Tao fruit of the Qilin True Fate, who was already at the immortal emperor level. Strands of light flowed all over the Qilin True Fate. It didn't matter what the ominous and ominous things were. Nothing could harm it all. The painting of the heavens continued to spread out. Everywhere it passed, everything was refined. This was a strange land of darkness, filled with endless darkness and misfortune. Death Qi was everywhere. There were even some immortal herbs rooted in the darkness. However, these immortal herbs had long been corroded and turned into darkness immortal herbs. They could only take root in the dark matter. Alas, Zhou Tong's Qilin True Fate didn't care and absorbed everything into the painting. Vast amounts of dark matter, bizarre energy, and ominous energy surged into the God Scroll. Rumble. The pollen ancestral roots that had taken root in the painting were also absorbing the dark matter, and strange flowers bloomed one after another. Each flower looked incomparably strange, as if they were dripping blood and sprinkling gray mist. The dark pollen filled the entire god scroll. Naturally, it also entered the Kirin's body. It wanted to mutate his body. However, the Chilin True Fate's body was translucent and translucent like jade. It allowed the pollen to fall on its body, but was completely purified into the purest essence, nourishing its body and soul. In a short month, the ominous and ominous energy in the painting had been completely refined into the purest essence. It entered the painting and the Chilin True Fate's body and soul. The Chilin True Fate's aura grew denser and his soul light more resplendent. Even his high heavens Tao fruit grew stronger. Chapter 15:20. Rumble. When the True Fate finished refining the darkness, its aura soared to a whole new level. Purifying the darkness and refining the essence of the darkness can be considered a shortcut for the Chilin True Fate to perfect its Emperor Law. Zhou Tong thought to himself. The true Emperor level Tao fruit of the Chilin True Fate was his High Heaven Scroll. This scroll contained his most powerful Tao fruit. It could be said that perfecting this Tao fruit was the process for him to reach the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. The simplest way to complete this Tao fruit was to refine the heavens and gather enough energy. In fact, if he could refine the high heavens, the True Fate's power would reach the peak of the immortal Emperor realm or even the half-step Tao sacrificial realm. Very well, this is the beginning of the path against the darkness. From now on, my Chilin True Fate will purify the heavens. Zhou Tong's heart stirred as he kept the immortal phoenix True Fate back into his 10 heavenly paradise ring. Then, with a slight sway of his body, he turned into a ray of light and attached himself to his Chilin True Fate. The Chilin True Fate didn't seem to feel anything. It sat cross-legged in this empty space and continued to purify the remaining darkness in the scroll. It continued to refine the essence of the darkness to strengthen itself. In the end, the Chilin sat here for half a month to purify all the darkness in its body. After checking it several times, it finally got up. Purifying the heavens, that's right. Before I clash with the strange and ominous, I must first purify the heavens and eliminate all of them. The Chilin True Fate looked through the endless void and found several worlds contaminated by the darkness. Next, the Chilin True Fate sped up. As an immortal emperor, he could reverse time and space with just a lift of his feet. This was the fastest speed in the heavens. The Chilin True Fate finally entered a pitch-black great world. In this world, he saw many skeletons. He didn't know what era they were from, but they were already dead. Even the essence of the skeletons had been lost. A gust of wind could completely turn them into dust. This is a world that has been completely corrupted by darkness. It doesn't seem to have been purposely rebuilt. It's a sad and painful world. The Chilin sighed. He looked around and saw that the entire world was white. There were bone dust floating in the air like snowflakes. This sea of skeletons was extremely conspicuous and dazzling in the pitch-black world. Of course, there were also bones of other colors, such as silver, purple, red, and so on. These bones belonged to experts or cultivators with heaven-defying talents. However, it was a pity that everything had changed. After the dark corrosion, the entire world fell into a dead silence. Even the skeletons that were left behind contained extremely dense dark power. The power of darkness had completely merged with the skeletons. It was impossible to expel or purify it. In some sense, the skeletons were the embodiment of the power of darkness. They were the darkness itself. They were eerie and ominous. Rumble. However, the entire great world shook. Some living beings seemed to have noticed the existence of Zhou Tong's Chilin True Fate. They erupted with an ocean-like aura and rushed toward Zhou Tong. That pressure was vast and mighty, and an incomparably terrifying murderous aura soared, as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. It was a creature similar to a devil dragon. Its body was completely black with strands of black energy hovering around it. It was the embodiment of darkness. The most eye-catching thing was that there were strands of transcendental light on its body. However, the Qilin True Fate only needed one glare to destroy this devil dragon. A mere immortal monarch of Emperor's Light was nothing before the Qilin True Fate. One glare was enough to send it to the afterlife. Slash. Zhou Tong's divine sense swept across the entire great world. The terrifying divine sense was like a sharp blade, annihilating all the dark beings in the great world. Rumble. Then, the high heavens painting unfurled and sucked the entire great world into it. It channeled the power of an emperor to purify the darkness and refine the world bit by bit. During the refining process, the Qilin True Fate's power grew stronger. Half a month later, everything calmed down. Whether it was the darkness or anything else, they were all integrated into the high heavens painting. Continue. The Qilin True Fate was like a god. It walked through the heavens and killed all kinds of dark beings. Whether it was those that came out of the strange and ominous camps or those that had fallen into darkness, nothing could escape the Qilin True Fate's eyes. They were all found, killed, and refined by the Qilin True Fate. During this time, the Qilin True Fate also walked through more than 100 great worlds that had been corrupted by darkness. The Qilin True Fate showed no mercy to these great worlds. He directly used the high heavens painting to exterminate all the dark beings and refine them into the painting. During this process, he naturally encountered some experts from the strange and ominous camps. Although they weren't immortal emperors, he had already encountered 8 quasi-immortal emperors. However, no matter what level of quasi-mortal emperor they were no match for the Qilin True Fate. Every battle was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In just a short 100 years, the high heavens painting of the Qilin True Fate had grown by 30%. The Qilin True Fate's power had also grown stronger. Whether it was his aura or other aspects, they had all improved. It wasn't just the Qilin True Fate. Even the pollen ancestral root that had taken root in the high heavens painting had changed during this process. It seemed to have taken a step forward and undergone a strange metamorphosis. It could actually use darkness as nourishment to nurture the most sacred flowers, blooming the most dazzling flowers and scattering pollen with excellent effects. Under the Qilin True Fate's nurturing, this tree had become the nemesis of darkness. It had the power to restrain darkness. As long as it was given a dark matter of the same level, it would be able to purify the darkness. Yes, as long as the right method is found. Not only fire, in fact, any power has a way to restrain the strange and ominous. Fire can restrain it, lightning, vegetation, and so on. Zhou Tong sensed the changes in the pollen ancestral root and faintly sensed some of the essence of the dark matter. He felt that the essence of the dark power was like the rotten leaves in the depths of the earth. It was like the ashes after the death of life, completely capable of becoming nutrients for plants. Chapter 1521. What exactly is the essence of the strange and ominous? Zhou Tong purified a sea of darkness matter. A hint of doubt couldn't help but appear inside. Just how did this type of strange race appear? What exactly was the mystery behind their revival? According to some of the information Hao gave him, the key to the strange and ominous revival lay in the coffins on the plateau. As long as those coffins were hacked apart, they could be killed. However, what exactly was the essence of those coffins? Could it be that there really was an existence that completely exceeded the immortal emperor level that appeared in this world? Was it something he left behind that created the strange and terrifying characteristics? Zhou Tong couldn't help but think to himself. Ever since the Flower Powder Emperor and Zhou Tong talked about many things, Zhou Tong understood that only an existence that exceeded the immortal emperor level could produce this type of effect. Half a step above the immortal emperor level was Tao sacrifice. The strange and ominous primogenitors were all at this level. Meanwhile, Heavenly Emperor Huang could defeat 3 cultivators at this level, so he was without a doubt in existence at this level as well. Meanwhile, even a cultivator at his level couldn't deal with the strange and ominous revival ability. So one could foresee that the one who created this type of situation could only be an expert exceeding the Tao sacrifice realm, which was to say, a method that truly exceeded the immortal emperor level. However, this type of method definitely couldn't be created by the strange and ominous. If they really had this type of strength, getting rid of Heavenly Emperor Huang would be an easy matter. How could they tolerate Heavenly Emperor Huang jumping about in their plateau, exceeding the immortal emperor level? I wonder what kind of cultivation realm it will reach. Zhou Tong also felt a bit of yearning. In reality, that type of cultivation realm, which cultivator wouldn't yearn for it? Not enough. I'll take it slow. When my Qilin and Immortal Phoenix true fate return, I should be able to reach the peak of the immortal emperor level, to the extent where my strength might barely reach the Tao sacrifice level. Zhou Tong had a rough idea of his own strength and what level he could reach in the future. I should just let the Qilin true fate continue purifying the heavens first. Zhou Tong did not think too much about it. Instead, he allowed the Qilin true life to refine the dark universe and continued forward. According to the current information, there were at least 100 macro worlds in the heavens that had been completely contaminated by darkness. There were even some places that could not be called macro worlds, but super large dark continents. For example, the Dark Continent, where Immortal Emperor Corpse once resided, was reclaimed by darkness after Huang Tiandi killed Immortal Emperor Corpse and left. It could be said that the Soul River, Heaven and Earth Burial Pit, and the ancient underworld all had important nodes connected to that continent. Since ancient times, that place had been the front line and headquarters of the strange and ominous forces that controlled the heavens. It was even possible to find the path to the River of Souls, the burial pit of heaven and earth, and the ancient underworld from there. Of course, the Dark Continent was merely the headquarters of the lower realms. If one wanted to reach the true headquarters of the strange and ominous, the unknown plateau, the best way was to enter through the high heavens. The second way was to find clues to the plateau from the River of Souls, the burial pit of heaven and earth, and the ancient underworld. The desolate celestial emperor had entered the plateau using the River of Souls as a clue. Rumble! The Qilin True quickly stood up and continued forward. He already knew the target he needed, so he naturally wouldn't go to the wrong dark world or region that had been contaminated by darkness. He also wouldn't let go of places where creatures of darkness gathered. Dark corrosion didn't only occur in the macro worlds. Occasionally, one could see large tracts of dark matter stretching across the void. Many macro worlds had vast amounts of dark matter. Only a small portion of this dark matter was brought by the strange and ominous forces. The majority of it was released by the high heavens to the lower realms in ancient times. The war between the high heavens and the strange and ominous forces was extremely fierce, especially when it involved immortal emperors and the progenitors of the strange races. This naturally brought about a vast amount of dark matter. When Zhou Tong went to the high heavens, he only found that it was contaminated, but the contamination wasn't severe. There were only strands of dark matter in many places. The main reason was that the high heavens had poured a lot of dark matter into the lower realms, so there wasn't any dark matter that couldn't be dissolved. However, this only exacerbated the contamination in the lower realms. Some of the dark matter poured down from the heavens into the darkened macro worlds, but most of it still poured down into the void between the macro worlds. There was so much dark matter that it probably exceeded the dark matter that the strange and ominous forces had purposely spread. Zhou Tong continued forward, sweeping through and refining all the strange and ominous forces in the macro worlds. The amount of essence he gained from refining the strange and ominous forces far surpassed what he'd gained from killing the golden-eyed immortal emperor. In other words, his material gains surpassed that of killing an immortal emperor. He also gained a lot from the laws of the great Tao. The dark matter contained some of the dark immortal emperor's laws of the great Tao, as well as a portion of the immortal emperor's laws of the high heavens. The dense material and mysterious laws of the great Tao naturally caused the Qilan True Will's strength to soar. His high heavens painting also grew larger and more terrifying. "This is almost the last place in the all heavens," Zhou Tong said softly as he looked at the huge and strange gray fog in front of him. Rumble! With a loud boom, the void trembled and the gray mist trembled. The high heaven scroll flew out from the Qilan True Fate and covered the sky as it headed towards the strange gray mist. The high heavens painting now contained all things in the world and millions of worlds. It was enough to suppress and refine everything. Just a trace of its energy was enough to destroy a quasi-immortal emperor in body and soul. Buzz! The Qilan True will sat cross-legged and quietly refined the gray mist. The pollen ancestral root bloomed again and drifted out like a rain of light. The Qilan True will fate reversal breathing technique strengthened his body and soul again. Just one more step. With my current progress, I only need to refine one more macro world to officially become an immortal emperor. The Qilan True will thought to himself. Right now, he was infinitely close to becoming a true and complete immortal emperor. It's time to head to that strange and ominous place in the lower realms. I have a premonition that there will be an immortal emperor overseeing it. The Qilan True will got up and rushed toward the continent of ultimate darkness. Chapter 1522. Dark Continent. This used to be the place where the corpse immortal emperor slept. It was also the place where the eerie and ominous plotted against the corpse immortal emperor. This was the place where the darkness corrosion was the deepest in this world. It was also the base camp of the eerie and ominous corrosion. On this day, Zhou Tong's Qilan True Fate arrived at this dark continent. This place is much larger than a peak realm. Moreover, it seems to be similar to the high heavens. The Qilan True Fate walked on this continent with suspicion. He suspected that this place used to be a part of the high heavens. Due to the war, it was severed from the high heavens. Later on, it fused with the various worlds and regions in the lower heavens to form this continent. I'm sure that as long as I refine this continent, I'll be able to become an immortal emperor and not a weakling at that. The Qilan True Fate became more and more excited. As long as he could destroy this continent, his Qilan True Fate would become an emperor. Next, he would be able to obtain the Qilan True Fate and Immortal Phoenix True Fate. Then, he would be able to become a supreme emperor on the same level as a Tao sacrifice expert. But before that, Zhou Tong's Qilan True Fate glanced at the void not far away. In the void, the ripples continued. Then, the phenomenon became more and more terrifying. In the end, the heaven and earth trembled. The entire continent was rumbling as if it was about to collapse. The endless great Tao turned into divine chains of order and turned into brilliant scrolls. At the same time, a golden figure walked out from the scrolls. Who dares to kill my people? Who dares to refine my territory? A majestic and murderous voice came from the void. The person who spoke was a golden figure. He had golden hair and golden eyes. It was as if his entire body had been dyed with the color of the sun. However, this radiant color emitted a dark aura as if all things were being reset and the world was about to wither. At this instant, the entire darkness continent, all the living beings who had fallen into darkness, including all the strange races, were all astonished. After that, they seemed to have sensed some kind of supreme aura. All of them trembled, and many of them even knelt down and kowtowed to him. This kowtow was instinctive and came from their own strange and ominous origins. It was a natural reaction when facing an ancestor who was superior to them. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tong was also somewhat surprised, especially the person who appeared in front of him. He was even more astonished. This was without a doubt an immortal emperor from a strange and ominous race. However, what surprised Zhou Tong was that this was an acquaintance, the golden-eyed immortal emperor that he had defeated in the River of Time. He had resurrected and appeared before Zhou Tong once more. So it's you. The golden-eyed immortal emperor also stared at Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate in shock. He had only been resurrected for a few years, and because he had lost his immortal emperor Dao fruit, his Dao fruit was much weaker than it had been at its peak, even though he had recovered with the most fundamental and bizarre power of the plateau. It would take a lot of time for him to return to his peak. Not long ago, he sensed that the strange and ominous territories they occupied in the lower worlds were constantly being invaded. Several experts on the level of Daozu were also killed. At that time, he guessed that the opponent must have come to this darkness continent. However, he didn't expect that the person who came was actually this acquaintance who had killed him once. The golden-eyed immortal emperor, subconsciously took a step back, but he quickly regained his balance. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise and then ecstasy. Haha, so it's not your true body, it's just an incarnation. I was wondering why your aura changed. So that's it. Your previous incarnation was the Kuan Peng of the chaotic antiquity era, and this incarnation is the Qilin of this era. The golden-eyed immortal emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of smugness. So that's your Dao. You have so many incarnations growing in different space-times. That means your true body isn't in this space-time. Haha, the heavens are on my side. The golden-eyed immortal emperor became more excited as he spoke. He felt as if he had found his opponent's weakness. He continued, if I'm not wrong, you should be cultivating some kind of peerless secret technique. This is your Dao path. How did you do it, and why? At this point, he suddenly paused. I understand now. No wonder I couldn't find your past. So that's how it is. Karma returns to one. It seems my memories might be affected by your Dao. Amazing. But what if I kill this Qilin incarnation of yours? The more the gold-eyed immortal emperor spoke, the more excited he became. His eyes shone with golden light, showing his excitement. Boom. However, before the golden-eyed immortal emperor could finish, the Qilin true fate punched. In an instant, a rain of light filled the sky. The entire continent trembled. Following this punch, the void cracked, and the laws of heaven and earth exploded. All kinds of divine chains of order collapsed. The entire dark world sky was collapsing. The dark world seemed to be unable to withstand the Qilin true fate's pressure and was about to collapse. The gold-eyed immortal emperor was attacked before he could even finish his words. His words were stuck in his throat. He was enraged and attacked as well. Boom! In an instant, endless raging waves swept up around the two of them. That was the void rolling back like the sea, and there were also countless rules being torn apart. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. However, in the next instant, the golden-eyed immortal emperor retreated. His golden sun-like aura was shattered. Blood flowed out of his body, and even his body was cracked. The golden-eyed immortal emperor was horrified. He rapidly retreated because the opponent was too strong. Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate was unaffected, but his aura soared to the sky like an eternal grand world. It was like the supreme high heavens, or even the heavenly Tao, looking down on the world with disdain. Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate looked down at the golden-eyed immortal emperor. His voice was calm, but full of confidence. Even if it's not my true body, I can still take care of a crippled immortal emperor like you. Although he had not reached the true immortal emperor realm, with his foundation and supreme Tao fruit, it was not a big problem to deal with the weakest immortal emperor with a damaged Tao fruit. Most importantly, the Qilin true fate and the golden-eyed immortal emperor's Tao fruit were similar in form. The Qilin true fate's Tao fruit was naturally of a higher level than the golden-eyed immortal emperor's. The golden-eyed immortal emperor's Tao fruit had been refined into the Qilin true fate's painting, but it still couldn't push the Qilin true fate to the true immortal emperor realm. You're courting death. The golden-eyed immortal emperor's expression was cold. The words crippled immortal emperor enraged him even more. If it wasn't for this guy, how could his strength have declined? How could he need such a long time to recover bit by bit? No one will save you this time. I've already informed my companions to sever space-time so that your true body won't appear. Today, I'll destroy your Tao fruit. The golden-eyed immortal emperor roared. Kill! The Chilean true fate didn't waste time and attacked again. A battle between immortal emperors erupted at this moment. Chapter 1523. Rumble. This battle was unavoidable. Endless Tao runes and divine chains of order appeared between Zhou Tong and the golden-eyed immortal emperor. Every strand of Tao runes and divine chains of order were powerful enough to destroy the heavens and kill all living things. If experts of this level went all out and started a massacre, no one would be able to survive. The power of an immortal emperor was simply too terrifying. This was a battle between immortal emperors, rarely seen since ancient times. Other than the occasional great battles, one might not even see a battle of this level in an epic. Even those who were fortunate enough to enter the quasi-immortal emperor realm would find it hard to truly observe this battle. But now, the void was surging up and down like the waves of the ocean. The river of time was even more turbulent. This dark continent was in complete chaos. Everything was in complete chaos. The Chilean true fate and the golden-eyed immortal emperor fought fiercely here. Both of them weaved through the void and the flow of time. At this level, all kinds of terrifying power completely exceeded the expectations of all living things. The void, the ocean, the river of time, everything was meaningless before them. Although the golden-eyed immortal emperor's Tao fruit was flawed, he was still as arrogant as ever. He had a terrifying aura of invincibility. His golden eyes were shining like fire and lightning. The battle became more and more intense. Even his body was undergoing a transformation. One could vaguely see that his golden hair was gradually turning black. Roar! With a loud roar, millions of miles of mountains and rivers on the dark continent crumbled. A strange and ominous energy flowed in the void. It enveloped the universe and the river of stars and exploded together. However, the Chilean true fate wasn't willing to be outdone. Terrifying power, unparalleled momentum, and profound laws were displayed. Even if millions of miles of mountains and rivers crumbled, even if the river of stars exploded, everything could be destroyed with a single thought. Almost at the next moment, the destruction of the mountains and rivers and the river of stars by the golden-eyed immortal emperor was healed. This level of attack couldn't do anything to Zhou Tong at all. Instead, the golden-eyed immortal emperor was beaten up by Zhou Tong's continuous attacks. He coughed up blood and his body cracked. Kill! At this point, the golden-eyed immortal emperor finally let out another roar. He took out a cyan halberd and hacked it towards Zhou Tong. This was the weapon of the gold-eyed immortal emperor. The last time he was in the river of time, he didn't have such a weapon. This was because even though this weapon was said to be his, it wasn't actually his. Their strange and ominous lineage had killed countless immortal emperors. Naturally, they had seized many of their opponents' weapons. This green halberd was the weapon of a fallen immortal emperor of the high heavens. The golden-eyed immortal emperor used to think that he was invincible, so he didn't go to the strange and ominous treasury to get a weapon. However, after his resurrection, he needed a lot of time to fully recover his Tao fruit. Therefore, he had no choice but to find a weapon like this from the treasury. Boom! However, the Chilean true fate also waved its hand and a cauldron appeared, suppressing the myriad Tao. This was a Chilean cauldron refined from all-element immortal metal. At the same time, it was mixed with myriad origin energy, chaos immortal essence, and many other supreme treasures. There were even divine materials from other worlds. The Chilean true fate focused on momentum, especially since his Tao fruit was the high heaven scroll. Naturally, a cauldron was the most suitable for such a Tao fruit, because it was the best tool for suppressing space. Clang, clang, rumble. The green halberd and Zhou Tong's Chilean cauldron clashed fiercely. At this point, the battle had progressed even further. This was a true immortal emperor weapon with unparalleled power. It took up a lot of the Chilean true fate's energy, allowing the golden-eyed immortal emperor to recover. Finally, the halberd cut through the void and severed the river of time. It slashed the Chilean true fate's shoulder and a drop of blood fell. In an instant, the void froze. Everything was suppressed. Everything in the world seemed to have come to a standstill. However, in this frozen void in time, the Qilin True Fate and the golden-eyed immortal emperor continued to fight. The battle became more and more intense. Some of the half-immortal emperors in the Darkness continent turned pale, not daring to look directly. This battle had exceeded their understanding. Rumble, the golden-eyed immortal emperor's body glowed. His aura became more and more terrifying. He fought crazily. In the end, almost every attack was made with his life on the line. His race didn't fear death. They didn't fear anything. Naturally, they were used to this kind of battle method. Zhou Tong was also forced to reveal his High Heaven scroll under the pressure of his opponent. However, he didn't reveal it completely. Instead, he draped the scroll over his body like a battle robe. Every attack of his contained unparalleled momentum and boundless divine might. Grand sacrifice to the high heavens. Finally, the golden-eyed immortal emperor roared. His eyes were resplendent to the extreme. As his eyes moved, it was as if the creation of the heavens and myriad worlds could be seen. An altar actually appeared in front of him. After that, the golden-eyed immortal emperor made a cut on his body, allowing more than half of his essence blood to sprinkle on the altar. After being stained with his essence blood, the altar instantly erupted with a terrifying power. The entire altar was filled with an indescribable smell of blood. After that, the altar flew below the Qilin True Fate, as if it wanted to turn the Qilin True Fate into a sacrificial offering to something mysterious. At this instant, Zhou Tong's heart was filled with shock. This was especially so when he saw some strange scenes appearing on the altar. These were things from the ancient era. The heavens and earth, the common people, everything was sacrificed. In the end, regardless of whether it was the vast world or the flourishing civilization, everything fell silent. This was especially so after the golden-eyed immortal emperor sacrificed more than half of his life. The strange phenomenon was even more majestic. At the same time, the power of the sacrifice seemed to be channeling towards a strange place in the void. Zhou Tong's heart trembled. He vaguely sensed an aura that transcended everything. This was an existence above the immortal emperor, an aura above the immortal emperor realm. My guess is right. The ominous and eerie are created by an existence above the immortal emperor realm. Their so-called grand sacrifice is to this existence above the immortal emperor realm. Zhou Tong instantly understood many things. Without a doubt, the golden-eyed immortal emperor's move was to display the grand sacrifice of the uncanny race. They were sacrificing their enemies or even to a certain existence in the unseen world in order to obtain some kind of power. There really seems to be such an altar on the other side of the uncanny race. It's specifically used for the grand sacrifice of the heavens and the heavens. Zhou Tong sensed the essence of the power of the uncanny race. Chapter 1524. However, the Qilin True Fate didn't have time to think. His eyes were cold as he snorted inwardly. You found the wrong opponent to sacrifice me. At this moment, the Qilin True Fate thought of a secret technique that Zhou Tong had deduced during this period of time. Sacred sacrifice. This was a peerless secret art created by the martial ancestor of the world of longevity. The original sacred sacrifice wouldn't be able to deal with this level of power, but after so many years, how could Zhou Tong not modify and strengthen this art? The current situation was the best time to use this technique. The most important step of sacred sacrifice was the first step, body change. Originally, he was a sacrificial offering to someone. However, after performing the first step, this step would change. It would become the opponent's sacrificial offering to him. The most difficult step of sacred sacrifice was also the first step. Only after a complete body change could the rest of the process be completed. Although the martial ancestor of the world of longevity was amazing, he was still far from being a supreme celestial emperor. Moreover, The celestial emperors of this world were very different from the experts of the world of longevity. Therefore, sacred sacrifice had to be modified and upgraded before it could be used. In fact, after Zhou Tong learned about the strange and ominous grand sacrifice of all heavens, he had begun deducing sacred sacrifice in his heart. He wanted to use sacred sacrifice to completely change the world, turning the grand sacrifice of all heavens and earth into sacred sacrifice, so that they could complete themselves. Of course, the most important thing was that the golden-eyed celestial emperor had sacrificed more than half of his strength as a catalyst. And this action was perfectly compatible with a special sacrificial method in the sacred sacrifice method, living sacrifice. If you continue fighting like this, it'll be difficult to determine the victor. However, if you decide to fight like this, you're courting death, Zhou Tong thought to himself. The golden-eyed celestial emperor's Tao fruit was damaged, and his strength was slightly weaker than the Qilin true fate. However, the green halberd in his hand was a genuine celestial emperor weapon. With such a weapon, he would be on par with the Qilin true fate. If they continued fighting like this, it would take more than 10,000 years to determine the victor. But as soon as this grand ritual technique was executed, it instantly caused Zhou Tong to notice a flaw, and he was able to seize this opportunity to instantly decide the outcome and determine life and death. You want a grand sacrifice, but you're only sacrificing half your life. How is that enough? The Qilin True Fate almost instantly used a new sacred sacrifice upgraded from the martial ancestors' sacred sacrifice of all heavens and earth. If he were to encounter a bizarre grand ritual that required the power of the entire clan, where the altar was fully displayed and all the procedures were performed at the highest level, the current sacred ritual would naturally be lacking. However, when faced with a grand ritual performed by a mere immortal emperor, where even the altar was created by the immortal emperor himself, this sacred ritual had the miraculous effect of defying the heavens and changing fate. Rumble! Almost in an instant, Zhou Tong used the most terrifying sacred sacrifice. A terrifying power erupted from the Qilin True Fate and invaded every corner of the altar. It even spread toward the golden-eyed celestial emperor. Soon, the golden-eyed celestial emperor felt that something was amiss. He suddenly exclaimed in shock, and his hair stood on end, because he discovered that the object of the sacrifice seemed to have changed. Zhou Tong, who was originally the sacrificial offering, actually turned into the host in an instant, becoming the sacrificial offering. And he himself had completely become the sacrificial offering, offering himself to the other party. Impossible. This is the grand sacrifice of my race. I've presided over many grand sacrifices in the past. How could you have broken it? The golden-eyed celestial emperor roared in disbelief. Their strange and ominous ritual had actually been broken by someone. If this person were to spread the word of this technique, wouldn't it mean that their grand ritual would be used to strengthen the enemy's strength? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The golden-eyed celestial emperor's expression changed drastically. Nothing is impossible. Your technique is completely countered by mine. Zhou Tong's Qilin True Fate said. Golden-eyed immortal emperor's expression changed drastically. Anger erupted from his chest, especially when he recalled all his actions after seeing Zhou Tong. He felt a sense of malice from the unseen world. Previously, when he fought with Zhou Tong for the first time, the golden-eyed celestial emperor had used the karma art to kill Zhou Tong when he was young. However, Zhou Tong did not seem to have a past, causing the golden-eyed celestial emperor's secret technique to fail. With this, the golden-eyed celestial emperor, who had turned the tables in their previous battle, fell into a predicament. Then the golden-eyed celestial emperor had used his ultimate emperor technique to trap Zhou Tong in the painting and slowly refine him. However, to his surprise, Zhou Tong had cultivated the transcendence Tao and had broken through. Now that he had come back to life, he had encountered Zhou Tong again. He had used his terrifying emperor technique again, but he was still countered by Zhou Tong. Ah! The golden-eyed celestial emperor roared. Anger, grievance, regret, All kinds of emotions surged in his heart. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the sacred sacrifice continued. The golden-eyed celestial emperor's body was burning. His blood was burning, his body was burning, and his soul was burning. Everything turned into the purest energy and gathered at the Chilean true fate. The golden-eyed celestial emperor had a bad feeling. It was the feeling of impending doom. Moreover, the feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It was something he had never encountered before. Impossible. Impending doom? My race is eternal and can come back to life. How can I have such a feeling? The golden-eyed celestial emperor was in disbelief. He had completely lost control of his body. There was a mysterious force in heaven and earth that was fusing with his body, causing him to burn and sacrifice everything. No, spirit. My spirit is also burning. The golden-eyed celestial emperor sensed this in an instant. He felt his spirit was burning and was sacrificing himself to Zhou. This discovery made his body turn cold. If even his spirit was destroyed, their ancestral land, the supreme plateau, might not be able to truly revive him. Especially in this situation, he was the one taking the initiative to sacrifice himself and offer his spirit to Zhou. The golden-eyed celestial emperor knew very well that although his race was immortal, they had a weakness. That was the coffin they placed in the plateau. As long as that thing was destroyed, their revival would be over. However, it was clear that if they wanted to die, they could still completely destroy themselves. Now, in the state of sacred sacrifice, he felt like he was in a state of suicide. It was not a normal suicide, but a suicide where he wanted to completely destroy himself. Suicide to the point where even his own spring water couldn't save him. Chapter 1525. Golden, immortal emperor roared in pain. His flesh, soul, and even his most important spirit were disintegrating. His flesh and soul were turning into divine power and soul power to nourish the Chilean true fate's body and divine soul. His spirit was turning into the pollen, the most needed nourishment for the ancestral root, allowing it to bloom again. The terrifying power of sacrifice seemed to have transcended time and space to envelop the golden-eyed immortal emperor. The entire continent trembled. This aura was too powerful, capable of shaking the past, present, and future. It was full of mystery and terror. The emperor's essence was ignited as he turned into a ray of light that rushed towards Zhou. This was the most horrifying sacrifice of the sacred rite. It was extremely painful. However, the emperor's roar wasn't only due to the pain, it was also due to the hatred, unwillingness, and regret in his heart. On the other side of the sacred sacrifice, Zhou seemed to have turned into a black hole. The sky was filled with divine splendor. Endless divine energy was like a long river, madly surging towards the Chilean true fate, causing the place he was at to be resplendent like a sun, illuminating the entire dark continent. This was the sacrifice of an immortal emperor. The power it contained was simply unbelievable. The pores on the Chilean true fate's body opened up to absorb this supreme divine force. His corporeal body, divine soul, high heavens painting scroll, pollen path, ancestral roots, and even his great Tao divine power were constantly growing stronger. Especially during the sacrifice, the Chilean true fate was able to sense his Tao path from his opponent's body, soul, and spirit. Keep in mind that the emperor's path was somewhat similar to Zhou. Thus, his path was immeasurable for Zhou. It could give Zhou the greatest inspiration and make his path even more perfect. As the sacred rite progressed, the body, soul, and Tao fruit continued to transform. The Chilean true fate seemed to have touched upon a supreme realm. His entire body underwent a qualitative change. Pop! Finally, with a soft sound, flowers bloomed in the painting. Pollen drifted in the air. This was the pollen of an immortal emperor, enough to complete the final step of the Chilean true fate's evolution. Boom! At this moment, the Qilin True Fate circulated its breathing technique and absorbed the pollen to its heart's content, allowing its body to undergo a qualitative change. His breathing technique was the robbery induction breathing technique. After countless years, he had absorbed the profoundness of other major breathing techniques and the essence of different cultivation systems. Now, he had grown to a sufficient level. Along with the circulation of the respiratory yard, all the pollen on the tree was drawn in. The Qilin's true fate seemed to be soaking in the mother's womb, as if it was undergoing a new birth. His entire body was covered in a layer of bright light. The sacrifice of an immortal emperor caused the transformation of the body, the soul, and the Tao fruit. Coupled with the blooming of the immortal emperor's spirit, the transformation of the Qilin True Fate was unimaginable to outsiders. His flesh and blood were reborn inside, and his soul seemed to have shed a layer of waste. His painting of the heavens had undergone a huge change, and it contained a supreme aura. The golden-eyed celestial emperor let out a final roar in the sky before he disappeared. The path of pollen was indeed a supreme path. It allowed Zhou Tong to see many things clearly, especially the mysteries of the immortal emperor's resurrection and death. The golden-eyed celestial emperor had fallen once more. Now, Zhou Tong was certain that he was truly finished. Even their strange resurrection method had no effect on him. This was a true death. Even the strange and ominous progenitor couldn't save him. At the same time, the Qilin True Fate's final transformation was completed. Boom! An immortal emperor's aura surged in the void like a vast ocean. It became stronger and stronger. This was the result of countless years of deduction, the result of refining the heavens, the purification of darkness, and the ultimate Tao fruit of an immortal emperor's sacrifice. The painting of the heavens was finally at the immortal emperor level by Zhou Tong, becoming a peerless imperial law. The Qilin True Fate also reached grand completion at this moment. The aura of an immortal emperor bloomed. This aura was too terrifying. Compared to before, it was a qualitative change. It was the aura of an immortal emperor after standing firm. Just by standing in the void, it was enough to crush all worlds. The river of time and the sea became unstable because of its existence. Its terrifying aura was enough to suppress everything. It's done, it's finally done. Zhou Tong's true body, who had been hiding in the Qilin True Fate, smiled. His last true fate had finally become an immortal emperor. It had reached grand completion. The Qilin True Fate has returned. Next is the immortal phoenix True Fate. Zhou Tong silently pondered the method of return of these two true fates. However, at this time, boom, a terrifying aura instantly bloomed, and the place where this aura appeared was not somewhere in the void, but in the long river of time. Two figures came from the upper and lower reaches of the river of time. One of them was so thin that he was only skin and bones, but his whole body was filled with a black aura. Just looking at him gave one a dark and strange feeling. The other one had a majestic body, and his whole body was covered with long, seven-colored hair. He seemed to be a corpse that had turned into something. There were 3 immortal emperors here. Other than the golden-eye immortal emperor who was already killed, there were 2 more. 2 more immortal emperors have appeared. They should be the ones the golden-eye immortal emperor mentioned before. They went to the upper and lower reaches of the river of time to prevent my true body from appearing. Zhou Tong roughly guessed the situation. Perhaps it was because the Qilin True Fate had purified the heavens that 3 immortal emperors appeared on the darkness continent. When the golden-eyed immortal emperor saw Zhou Tong, he wanted to take revenge, so he only asked his companions to seal the river of time to prevent Zhou Tong's main body from passing through the river of time to come here. Idiot, you don't seem to have thought about it. My true body has always been with the Qilin True Fate. Zhou Tong couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. The golden-eye immortal emperor was indeed stupid and unlucky. Every time he used a big move, it would be countered by his own blood. Therefore, every time he lost very quickly and very sullenly. Especially the last time, He even lost his life. However, it doesn't matter. Now is the time to test the Qilin true fate's strength. I don't know how strong these two immortal emperors are. If it's really not enough, it won't be too late for my true body and the immortal phoenix, true fate, to make a move. Zhou Tong wasn't in a hurry to appear. He wanted the Qilin true fate to kill the two immortal emperors. Chapter 1526. In the boundless void, the river of time surged violently. In the upper reaches of the river of time, a pitch-black figure slowly walked out from the upper reaches of the river of time. Black chi lingered around him, and even the river of time was trembling. The darkness immortal emperor appeared. This was an incomparably terrifying life form. The pressure was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. Beside him, there were countless strange imprints that appeared from the black chi. You killed the immortal emperor of my race. The darkness immortal emperor spoke. His voice rumbled, accompanied by the power of time. It was as if he spoke from the future, bringing with him a terrifying divine power that could shake the heavens. My race will exist forever. Even if we fall, we will be revived soon. Seeing that Zhou Tong didn't speak, this person continued. At the same time, his figure also walked out from the upper reaches of the river of time. He left the river of time and stood opposite Zhou Tong. Black chi lingered around his body as he looked down on the heavens. He had a terrifying aura of supremacy. The aura of this immortal emperor was too strong. It was much more terrifying than the golden-eyed immortal emperor from before. Just by opening his mouth twice, he caused the starry sea of the universe to collapse. It was as if he didn't belong to this world, especially the black chi around his body. It even corroded the void of heaven and earth. Even the land where he stood started to change. The darkness continent that was originally filled with dark matter couldn't withstand the aura on his body and started to mutate in a strange direction. Rumble. At the same time, an immortal emperor walked out from the lower reaches of the river of time. It was an immortal emperor with long seven-colored hair all over his body. He looked a little like a seven-colored ape and looked incomparably strange. He held a nine-color divine saber in his hand and stepped on the river of time. The most sacred light rain erupted from his body as if he was the purest existence in the world. This person was completely different from the darkness immortal emperor from before. That disgusting dark matter actually gave off a sense of holiness when it came to him. He held the divine saber in his hand and locked his eyes on Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate. He was incomparably domineering. In this darkness continent, the remaining two immortal emperors appeared at the same time. Their killing intent was sharp, and they both stared at Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate. Your strength is not bad, and you can kill you. However, it's meaningless. Rather than wreaking havoc in the all heavens, you might as well submit to our race. Our clan is everlasting. Even if the heavens were to collapse, we would still exist forever. The dark immortal emperor persuaded. The golden-eyed immortal emperor's real name was you. There is no eternal main character in this world. Maybe you can laugh at the heavens, but in front of my race, everything is meaningless. The seven-colored immortal emperor said. Although they were filled with murderous intent, they were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they opened their mouths to attack Zhou Tong's confidence, as if they were persuading him to surrender. Whether it's meaningful or not, it's not up to you to decide. Zhou Tong said leisurely. Zhou Tong's battle intent seemed to have dissipated. He was no longer in a hurry. He had just broken through to the immortal emperor realm and had yet to fully grasp his new strength. The longer his opponent dragged on, the happier he would be. In any case, the longer the battle dragged on, the stronger he would become. However, the seven-colored long-hair immortal emperor was about to say something when his expression changed. Where's you? Even if he was killed, he should have appeared again by now. Why hasn't he come out yet? The other dark immortal emperor's expression also changed slightly. The resurrection time of their race's immortal emperors was very short. If they were killed here, they would be resurrected in the base camp in the next breath. Even the game's resurrection wasn't as fast as theirs. Logically speaking, after he was resurrected, he should have quickly rushed over to help them, and even brought people to help. Why was it like this now? They had been talking for so long, but there was still no movement at all. The situation wasn't right. Completely annihilate our race? It was rumored that Huang did it. Could it be that after so many years, a second person like this has appeared? The seven-colored immortal emperor was a little flustered. In fact, their clan did not lack talent. However, compared to other existences who had steadily cultivated to the immortal emperor level step by step, their strength came too easily. Moreover, because of their resurrection, they did not feel any sense of nervousness or urgency. All of this caused their race to have a huge problem, and that was temperament. Compared to the peerless powerhouses who had walked step by step, their temperament was too weak. Once they found out that someone had the ability to completely exterminate them, they would unconsciously panic. This was the natural disadvantage of their race. When a person who could resurrect infinitely found out that their resurrection was restricted, their fearless attitude towards death would quickly change to another extreme. Fear of death. The two immortal emperors in front of them were like this. Their hearts were a little flustered. If it was a long time ago, they wouldn't be so worried because they didn't believe that someone could exterminate their race, because they didn't believe that their resurrection characteristic would be destroyed. But an era ago, Huang appeared. It was also this person who made them understand that as long as they were strong enough, they would be immortal and indestructible. Unlimited resurrection would also be broken. If they died, they really died. Even Gao Yuan couldn't save them. You're panicking? What mental quality? Zhou Tong was also a little speechless. Fine, since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. Zhou Tong's Qilin real fate was too lazy to think too much and directly attacked. With their mental quality, if they dragged on, they might attract the existence of Gao Yuan. Boom! The Qilin real fate attacked. He was still wearing the heaven scroll. Then, his two hands attacked the two immortal emperors, powerful and domineering. A terrifying aura shook the void in time. The endless aura suppressed the sun, moon, and stars. Impudent. The seven-colored immortal emperor woke up from a dream. He didn't care about the cause of death of the golden I immortal emperor, because he might die at the hands of his opponent if he wasn't careful. He waved his hand and sent out a seven-colored light. Then, he tore the void and quickly retreated. In a situation where he didn't know the opponent's background, he didn't dare to underestimate him. He didn't even dare to fight Zhou Tong head-on. Boom! Not only the seven-colored immortal emperor, but the darkness immortal emperor on the other side was also the same. Black chi curled around him as he flew across the sky, avoiding Zhou Tong's attack. Suppress. But Zhou Tong was already prepared. He raised his hand and used his own unparalleled emperor art. Immediately, the heaven scroll was like a heavenly curtain covering the sky and the earth. Then, with a light shake, the primal chaos was destroyed and the order of the heavens collapsed. At the same time, a divine tree in the scroll bloomed with immortal light, scattering down divine light, suppressing the two immortal emperors. The seven-colored immortal emperor and darkness immortal emperor's escape methods were sealed in an instant. They had no choice but to fight Zhou Tong head-on. The battle of immortal emperors began again. Chapter 1527. Rumble. Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate fought against the two quasi-immortal emperors. He was incomparably domineering, not showing any fear despite fighting one against two. He brandished his fist imprints and rushed forward. PFFF. The darkness immortal emperor coughed out a mouthful of black blood. His body cracked as he was sent flying. His body almost collapsed. The entire space was under the suppression of the high heavens painting. Even the darkness immortal emperor felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Every movement was extremely strenuous. Naturally, he wasn't a match for Zhou Tong. Ever since the gold-eyed immortal emperor sacrificed himself, the Qilin true fate truly broke through to the immortal emperor realm and stood at an extremely high realm. Under the suppression of the high heavens painting, even the darkness immortal emperor and the seven-colored immortal emperor had to go all out to shake it. Clang! On the other side, the seven-colored immortal emperor slashed his divine saber at Zhou Tong. For a moment, the saber light was dazzling, shocking the past, present, and future. Then, with a rumbling sound, the high heavens painting was almost split apart. The saber light swept through everything, destroying everything. This saber strike was enough to destroy the myriad realms and cleave apart countless worlds. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the flow of the river of time seemed to have been cut off. The saber light soared through the sky, severing a large portion of the river. The river water behind the saber light piled up and finally smashed down with a loud bang, creating large splashes. The saber light contained the splashes of the river of time as it slashed down together. Boom! The Qilin True Fate's eyes swept over. He turned around and counterattacked. The Qilin cauldron in his hand hadn't grown to the level of an immortal emperor weapon and was still suppressing the gold-eyed immortal emperor's azure halberd. Hence, he didn't use any weapon and only turned around to face the saber light. The Qilin heavy momentum contained an incomparably terrifying aura that suppressed everything in the world. Clang! In an instant, the fist and saber light collided. Boundless divine might erupted. Millions of saber light rays tore apart the river of time, leaving behind an incomparably terrifying scar in the river of time. But in the next instant, the high heavens painting trembled and everything returned to the starting point. In the space suppressed by the high heavens painting, all the destruction, all the scars, all the destruction, all the scars were controlled by Zhou Tong's will. What was destroyed could be restored with a single thought. What was created would crumble in the blink of an eye. Here he was the god. He was the ruler. Crack! Almost in the next instant, as the scroll trembled, all the aftershocks gathered and pressed down on the seven-colored immortal emperor. The boundless divine power caused a crack to appear on the divine saber. Even the seven-colored immortal emperor's hand that was holding the saber was split open. Seven-colored, tainted blood flowed out. The seven-colored immortal emperor was shocked. This opponent was too terrifying. He definitely wasn't an ordinary expert at the end of the road. He was someone who had walked a long distance. His every move was powerful and heavy, containing a kind of unparalleled divine power. Even his own weapon was so easily cracked, and he almost couldn't hold the saber firmly. At this time, Darkness Immortal Emperor who was sent flying flew back and stood beside seven-colored Immortal Emperor. The two Immortal Emperors stared at the Qilin Real Fate with murderous intent, but they didn't say anything. In fact, there was no need for words. Even if the two of them worked together, they still wouldn't be a match for the Qilin True Fate. However, now that things had come to this, there was only kill. One brandished a saber, the other brandished a fist. At the same time, they attacked Zhou Tong's Qilin Real Fate. The saber light was resplendent, illuminating the entire scroll, shaking the past, present, and future of the scroll. The fist print was resplendent like a black lightning bolt, crossing the sky and leaving behind a terrifying corrosive mark. However, facing the two immortal emperors' joint attack, Zhou Tong still didn't do anything. He only let the scroll tremble, displaying a terrifying, suppressive power. The scroll seemed to have received the support of 2 lives of golden eye immortal emperor. In addition, it had refined the darkness and purified the heavens over the years. Its power was already unparalleled. The scroll trembled, and millions of miles of mountains and rivers shook. Endless divine chains of order shone at the same time, directly suppressing the 2 immortal emperors until their bodies cracked. Then, the Qilin Real Fate's true body raised his fist and punched forward. Pooh! Darkness Immortal Emperor's body was directly penetrated by the fist. A terrifying hole was punched in his chest by the Qilin Real Fate, and black blood spurted out. On the other side, the 7-colored Immortal Emperor's saber was also shaken by Zhou Tong's fist. Then, the seven-colored immortal emperor's body was stepped on by Zhou Tong, suppressing him until he couldn't move. In a short period of time, the victor was decided. Zhou Tong's Qilin real fate was too strong. The strange and ominous immortal emperors weren't his match at all. My progenitor won't let you go. The seven-colored immortal emperor under the foot roared, but he couldn't change anything. The heavens are my race's hunting ground. No matter how strong you are, you'll only be a wisp of ash on the altar in the future. Darkness immortal emperor also roared. The two strange immortal emperors were powerless to change the situation. This opponent's oppressive force was frighteningly strong. Whether it was his true body or the high heavens painting, they were both unimaginably strong. In this domain, apart from their progenitors, very few people in their race had such a terrifying suppressive force. Naturally, the weak immortal emperors couldn't block it. Kill. The Qilin real fate didn't show any mercy and continued to use the high heavens painting to suppress. His true body also advanced with the suppressive force. Every punch carried an unparalleled momentum, causing the two strange immortal emperors to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. The two strange emperors struggled and roared. They wanted to be reborn and absorb energy to recover. But this was Zhou Tong's domain. The blood and broken limbs that splashed out from their bodies were all absorbed and purified by the ancestral roots of the pollen path. Then, they bloomed into brilliant flowers that gave off a rich fragrance. The flowers on the tree seemed to be about to bloom again. Strands of pollen flowed into the Qilin real fate's body, rapidly replenishing his energy and even making him stronger. Even if we die, we won't let you have it easy. Finally, the two immortal emperors looked at each other and exploded. Zhou Tong's Qilin true fate was too strong, and the more they fought, the stronger it got. On the other hand, the two of them were getting weaker and weaker. The situation had changed too quickly, and they were forced into a desperate situation. They had no choice but to self-detonate to kill the enemy. Rumble! A terrifying power erupted from the two immortal emperors. They had gathered all of their divine force, soul, and endless laws. Everything exploded at this moment. The power was so great that even the Qilin real fate's expression changed. This attack was enough to break his high heavens painting and damage his Tao fruit. But soon, two figures floated out of the Qilin real fate and flew towards the two self-detonating immortal emperors. Zhou Tong's true body and the immortal phoenix real fate finally made their move. Chapter 1528. Rumble. In an instant, Zhou Tong's original body erupted with 8-colored divine light. Divine chains wrapped around his body, and he once again stood at the immortal emperor level. His amplification power erupted at the same time, and he did his best to suppress the self-detonating 7-colored immortal emperor. In a short time, a light ball appeared in front of Zhou Tong. On the other side, the immortal phoenix fate was much more relaxed. With a wave of his hand, his tribulation fire divine cauldron leisurely floated out and directly sucked in the explosion of the immortal emperor. His movements were not forced in the slightest. Compared to Zhou Tong's original body, he was completely at ease. Rumble. At the same time, the Qilin true fate also acted. He did his best to activate his high heaven scroll and slowly extracted the power of the immortal emperor's explosion from the light ball and tribulation fire divine cauldron in front of Zhou Tong and refined it into his own high heaven scroll. One could see that the high heaven scroll was growing further. The mountains, rivers, and plants in the scroll seemed to be nourished by some mysterious power and became more ancient and powerful. Even some spirit roots and immortal ores were born in the scroll. At the same time, the Qilin true fate was also circulating his breathing technique to absorb the power of the pollen to further strengthen himself. At the immortal emperor level, it was extremely difficult to progress further. For the Qilin true fate, he only needed to continuously kill opponents and use battle to nourish battle to rapidly progress. The pollen ancestral root had been nurtured by the Qilin true fate for millions of years. Now, this ancestral root had almost become an item that could suppress the uncanny and ominous. As long as the uncanny and ominous corpses were buried near the roots, the ancestral root could use the uncanny and ominous as nourishment to bloom flowers. It was similar to how the rotten corpses of ordinary people were nutrients for plants. Time slowly passed. After 3 days, the Chill and True Fate barely managed to refine the power and laws into the High Heaven Scroll. However, after absorbing the pollen, the Chill and True Fate became stronger again. This time, however, the increase wasn't too great because the 2 immortal emperors didn't sacrifice themselves like the golden I Immortal Emperor, who, after holding on for so long, Zhou was also a little tired. Right now, he wasn't a true immortal emperor. Although his feet were standing at this level, he hadn't stabilized himself yet. Occasionally, he would fall off from the immortal emperor realm. "It's a pity that we let them go," said the Qilin. The 2 immortal emperors didn't use a sacrificial method to deal with Zhou, so naturally, they couldn't use a method like sacred sacrifice to deal with them. They were smart. They knew that if they were to fall into my hands, they would most likely die. So, they directly self-destructed, said Zhou. During the previous battle, when the 2 of them had a change in mentality, Zhou understood that they most likely understood that their companion was permanently dead. Since that was the case, the 2 of them most likely knew that Zhou had some unknown method that could completely kill them. Under such circumstances, if he couldn't beat his opponent, then the best way was to commit suicide, because after committing suicide, one could still recover from the plateau. Ignore them. Next, we should completely refine the Darkness Continent. The laws of the 2 immortal emperors also need to be refined and sorted out. The immortal phoenix, True Fate, said, "After refining the Darkness Continent, we can return to the 10 heavenly rings and directly sort out." Boom! The Chill and True Fate immediately acted. The high heavens painting unfolded once again, covering the entire Darkness Continent. When the high heavens painting disappeared, the originally incomparably huge Darkness Continent also disappeared from this region. At this point, all the darkness in the lower worlds had been completely purified. Then, the Chill and True Fate and Immortal Phoenix True Fate entered Zhou 10 heavenly rings. In the end, only Zhou was left standing in the void. The Chill and True Fate has already become an immortal emperor. I wonder what level of existence my Chill and True Fate strength is compared to the other immortal emperors. I wonder if it's comparable to the Flower Emperor at his peak. However, now that another True Fate has reached grand completion, I only need to spend several tens of thousands of years to let the Chill and True Fate's high heavens painting completely purify, digest, and absorb the 2 immortal emperors' universal laws, as well as this Darkness Continent. Then, his weapon will be able to evolve into a true immortal emperor weapon. After that, I can begin to let the Chill and True Fate and Immortal Phoenix True Fate return. The Chill and True Fate's tens of thousands of years could completely go through the 10 heavenly rings and only need a few days. After that, the Immortal Emperor weapon could also be completely refined and absorbed by the 9 Nether True Fates cultivation system. When the 9 Nether True Fate returned, it was only at the Immortal King level. But after it truly returned, this True Fate became a part of Zhou. Naturally, every time Zhou transformed and grew, this True Fate would also grow along with him. Zhou was now standing at the Immortal Emperor level, so every time he returned, his True Fate would naturally transform to this level. Therefore, after returning, the 9 Nether True Fate had the ability to digest Immortal Emperor weapons. Not only the Chill and True Fate's weapon, but the Immortal Phoenix True Fate's Tribulation Fire Divine Cauldron can also be refined. Zhou thought to himself, at this point, these 2 weapons no longer have any influence. The most important thing now is to return. After the weapons are refined, they can further deepen the connection between my original body and the 2 True Fates. Zhou stood proudly in the void and glanced at several nodes in the void. These were the connecting points between the ancient underworld and the heavenly emperor's burial pit to the lower worlds. After the darkness continent was taken away by the Chilean True Fate's High Heavens painting, these nodes were completely exposed to Jotong. Count yourselves lucky. I've reached a critical moment and don't have the time to find trouble with you. This time, the purification of the heavens will end here, Jotong thought to himself. He could foresee that if he attacked the ancient underworld and the heavenly emperor's burial pit now, he would definitely have to face the strange and ominous immortal emperors and even their progenitors. However, at this point, Jotong's most important problem was the return of the Chilean True Fate and the immortal phoenix True Fate. For the time being, there was no need to act like this. He would temporarily keep a low profile and wait until the Chilean True Fate and the immortal phoenix True Fate had more or less returned before officially attacking the strange and ominous headquarters. It's time to return to the high heavens. Jotong took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. He returned to the vicinity of the passage between the tyrant bloodline and the high heavens. Then, he took another step and returned to the high heavens. Chapter 1529. High Heavens. Jotong returned to this place once again. However, just as he returned to his palace, an extremely heavy aura suddenly enveloped the entire high heavens. The aura of an immortal emperor filled the air, causing the entire high heavens to tremble. Someone broke through to the immortal emperor realm. Jotong was surprised and immediately looked towards the direction of the aura. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view, allowing him to know who had broken through. Old ancestor Kuan Peng has finally broken through. Jotong looked at old ancestor Kuan Peng, who had broken through and understood in his heart. All these years, old ancestor Kuan Peng had been recultivating in high heavens, changing his Tao and changing the wrong path in the past. Now, he had finally started to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Of course, old ancestor Kuan Peng, who had just broken through, was the same as Jotong now. They could only be considered to be standing at the immortal emperor realm, but they had yet to stabilize their footing. No, old ancestor Kuan Peng was still far from Jotong at this stage. After all, Jotong was about to stabilize his footing. The process of breaking through was very fast. Old ancestor Kuan Peng quickly broke through his previous level and stood at the immortal emperor realm. Kuan Peng has broken through. It's time to send out a gift. Looking at old ancestor Kuan Peng's breakthrough, Jotong thought for a while and casually took out an immortal emperor weapon that he had seized not long ago. This was the emperor weapon of the immortal emperor with 7-colored long hair, which was also the divine saber. This saber had been almost broken by the Chilean True Fate in a previous battle. However, the immortal phoenix True Fate had used the true fire to slightly nourish it. After repairing the Tao patterns and erasing the consciousness of the original owner, this saber was considered to be an ownerless item. This saber will be a congratulatory gift. Jotong casually took out a gift box and placed the saber inside. Then, he took a step forward and was already in front of old ancestor Kuan Peng. He handed over the gift box and smiled. Congratulations, you have finally succeeded. Haha, I still have to thank you for saving me. Old ancestor Kuan Peng also very happily received the gift box. What a great emperor weapon. Thank you. Patriarch Kuan Peng opened the gift box and took out the saber. He slid his palm across the blade, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. At this moment, Luo Tanxian also walked out from the side and exclaimed, I've seen this saber before. It seems that fellow Taoist Zhou hasn't been idle during this period of time. Instead, you've been slaughtering your way into the strange and ominous side. You've killed another end of the Path Powerhouse. However, it's most likely useless. Even if they're killed, they'll quickly revive. A few epochs ago, we've already tried countless times. Meng Hai also walked out and shook his head. They all understood that the strange and ominous creatures could not be killed. No matter how hard they tried to kill them, it would be useless. They could not be killed. Zhou Tong looked at the remaining immortal emperors of high heavens and said, "Actually, I didn't just head down to the lower realms to deal with the strange and ominous things. Fellow Taoist Ling and I worked together to perfect a set of secret arts." The Flower Empress' real name was unknown, and she did not tell Zhou Tong. However, she told Zhou Tong her emperor title, Ling. The Flower Empress was the Spirit Emperor. She could also be called the Spirit Sky Emperor. You've seen her? You've seen her spirit, or her remnant soul? Where is she now? Luo Tianxian was a little excited. Back when the Flower Empress had rushed into high heavens, she and Ling had already become close friends and called each other sisters. Naturally, she was very concerned about the Flower Empress situation. "I've activated the root of the Flower Empress ancestral root that you gave me. I discovered a trace of spirit within it, and I've further activated it. However, you don't have to worry. She's starting her own path of resurrection now," Zhou Tong said, and roughly explained the Flower Empress situation to Luo Tianxian. After hearing Zhou Tong's words, Luo Tianxian let out a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily, she still has a trace of spirit in that root. Luckily, I've been protecting that root all these years. Luckily, that root landed in fellow Taoist Zhou's hands, giving her a chance of survival." "Thank you." Luo Tianxian bowed solemnly to Zhou Tong. Meng Hai also smiled and said, "Since fellow Taoist Ling has already recovered, it won't be long before she can return to high heavens. Now, we have 4 immortal emperors and fellow Taoist Ling who's returning, as well as many others. It's only a matter of time before high heavens fully recovers." Immortal Emperor Meng Hai became more and more excited as he spoke. His mood was unprecedentedly good. However, Zhou Tong felt that with such a large scale of reflection and resurrection, it would be extremely difficult. It was unlikely that they would be able to fully recover high heavens. Of course, if Patriarch Kun Peng and the Flower Empress were joined in, the probability of a complete resurrection would be very high. Zhou Tong did not want to pour cold water on them, so he did not say much. Luo Tianxian then looked at Zhou Tong and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, what's the secret technique you mentioned earlier?" At this moment, they recalled that Zhou Tong had previously mentioned a secret technique. It was a secret technique that he and the Flower Empress had deduced and perfected together. It's a type of resurrection technique. It's very suitable for those who are reflected. Zhou Tong did not hide anything and generously imparted the secret technique to Luo Tianxian, Meng Hai, and Patriarch Kun Peng. This secret technique was perfected by Zhou Tong and the Flower Empress. It was specially used on cultivators who were reflected and resurrected, allowing their strength to increase by another level after resurrection. This secret technique was very useful for them to resurrect high heavens on such a large scale. Moreover, the prosperity of high heavens was also in line with his current interests. After all, he had already decided to move the Overlord lineage and the divine realm to high heavens. Naturally, the more prosperous high heavens was, the better. Luo Tianxian and the others were quickly immersed in the secret technique that Zhou Tong had imparted to them. After a long time, Luo Tianxian was the first to awaken from her comprehension. She exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, you are very talented to be able to create such a secret technique. It's really too shocking. If this secret technique is popularized, not only will our high heavens recover our strength in the future, but we'll also be able to improve further." Meng Hai also woke up at this moment and said, "Although this secret technique is powerful, it's only useful for those who still have a trace of spirit left behind. It's a pity that others can't use it. The conditions to use this secret technique were very strict. It could only be used by those who still had a trace of life left behind after death. Everyone else had completely fallen. Now, those who appeared were all reflections. Naturally, they could not cultivate this secret technique. Only those quasi-mortal emperors and immortal emperors who had a trace of spirit left behind in the Great War could use it. In fact, this secret technique could be said to be tailor-made for quasi-immortal emperors and immortal emperors. Zhou Tong said, "There's no other way. Being able to resurrect is already the limit, not to mention reaching a higher level. That's true. I believe that after they're resurrected, they'll definitely thank fellow Taoist Zhou, Meng Hai said solemnly. Chapter 1530. After Ancestor Kuan Peng's breakthrough, Zhou Tong returned to his residence. Ancestor Kuan Peng's breakthrough, coupled with the permanent loss of an immortal emperor from the strange and ominous race, the world will soon be in chaos. It won't be long before the strange and ominous true grand ceremony comes. Zhou Tong also understood that the future would be chaotic. The permanent loss of an immortal emperor from the strange and ominous race, the kind that even Gao Yuan couldn't save, was bound to cause a great shock to their race. First, an existence like Heavenly Emperor Huang appeared, and now, someone like Zhou Tong, who could completely exterminate them, appeared. Perhaps the sleeping progenitor would appear. I have to work harder. Time waits for no man. If the sleeping progenitor really appears, Heavenly Emperor Huang may not be able to withstand it. Perhaps the strange and ominous race's true grand ceremony will begin again. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, thinking about the strange and ominous grand ceremony. Although the Qilin Real Fate used the sacred sacrifice to break the grand ceremony of the golden-eyed immortal emperor, there was no doubt that this secret method would be useless in the face of the true grand ceremony, which was carefully prepared by the strange race. However, the sacred sacrifice was only a preliminary improvement before. After the Qilin Real Fate's actual combat, I have seen some problems with this secret method. Now, I have a new direction of improvement. Zhou Tong silently deduced the sacred sacrifice in his heart, further perfecting and strengthening it. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The Qilin Real Fate had completely digested and absorbed all the battle results. Whether it was the great Tao of the two immortal emperors or the Dark Continent, they were all refined into the high heavens painting. At this point, it was time to go further. At this time, in the 10 heavenly rings, boom! The whole world once again ushered in an unimaginable change, and a huge world appeared in the 10 heavenly rings. Another colossal, incomparable world actually appeared outside the world origin. The world rapidly fused with the origin domain that already existed within the 10 grotto heavens before rapidly vanishing from the universe. The changes this time caused the heavens within the 10 paradise divine ring to shift, causing the heavens to move along an inexplicable trajectory. The entire world became even more stable. Previously, the world within the 10 paradise divine ring was very similar to the world of the desolate era. The entire world was made up of countless large worlds, and the countless large worlds made up various domains. Every domain was fair, and the core of the entire large world was the origin domain, which was closest to the origin of the universe. But now, a huge change had occurred within the 10 heavens divine ring. The origin domain had disappeared, or rather, the origin domain had evolved to an unimaginable level. It had sublimated to another dimension of the universe, so it had disappeared from the heavens. Under the guidance of an inexplicable power, the heavens underwent further changes. Every great world was like a star, moving along an indescribable orbit. The rules and order of the entire world underwent a change and integration. If the previous 10 heavenly rings were the fusion of many great worlds, then the current 10 heavenly rings were the further integration after the fusion. The laws of the entire great world began to be adjusted. Zhou Tong quietly observed the changes in his 10 paradise ring. He felt a sliver of joy, a sliver of surprise, and a sliver of understanding. Three-layered universe. I never thought that after my Qilin True Fate fused its painting of the heavens into the 10 heavenly rings, such a three-layered universe would appear. Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. His three-layered universe wasn't the pyramid-shaped universe of the Grand Mist Space. Rather, it was a different dimension, a layer of dimensions. In a sense, the three-layered universe was completely superimposed and fused together, just like the front and back of a piece of paper. As long as one had a sufficient understanding of this world space, they could easily travel through any layer of the universe. Within the three-layered universe, the outermost layer was the ordinary heavens. The countless great worlds were like grains of sand in the Ganges River, revolving in a mysterious orbit. And the middle layer of the three-layered universe was similar to the heavens. It was also the result of the Chilean true fates painting of the heavens fusing into the 10 heavenly rings. This layer of universe was boundless and limitless, but without sufficient strength or without a path, it was impossible to enter. It could be said that between the second layer of universe and the outermost layer of universe, there were entrances and exits everywhere. But for those without sufficient strength, it was impossible to find the path. Finally, the core of the three-layered universe was the universe's source, where the world tree resided. The world tree's influence was everywhere. Whether it was the heavens or the heavens, they were all within the scope of the world tree's roots. However, this kind of universe structure is the most suitable for the 10 heavenly rings. Zhou Tong thought to himself, as the all-heavens worlds revolved according to an inexplicable trajectory. A feeling of perfection welled up in Zhou Tong's heart. He could feel that his 10 paradise divine rings were gradually reaching perfection, gradually moving in a new direction. This world began to truly stand out from the masses, becoming different from the other great worlds in the heavens. It even began to become independent and isolated from the rest of the world. If I'm not wrong, the current 10 heavenly rings can be considered to have truly become an independent world. Zhou Tong thought to himself. The independent world he spoke of wasn't at the level of the immortal realms, 9 heavens, 10 earths, or high heavens. Rather, it was comparable to the entire universe. It was a super great world that could be compared to the world of longevity, the primordial space, and the endless space. It was a completely different set of karma, time, and void. It was a mysterious place that no immortal emperor could explore. Even a Tao sacrificing immortal emperor would never be able to detect or even detect the slightest trace of another world. It could be said that with such a world, Zhou Tong could be considered to have absolute safety in this world. Even immortal emperors, Tao sacrificing immortal emperors, and other powerhouses in various domains wouldn't be able to harm his absolute safety. Zhou Tong thought to himself, the 10 heavenly rings universe has formed. In addition to my void indestructible and Wuji indestructible, no one in this world can kill me. This is true immortality, true eternity. I'm going to be invincible. Chapter 1531. Immortality. Eternity. Such a realm could be said to be something that any cultivator could only dream of. Immortality was not immortality. If it was immortality, there was still the possibility of being killed. Immortality was immortality under the condition of not being killed. The inside of the 10 heavenly rings followed a type of karma that was completely different from the outside world. It was not affected by any karma and was a completely new world. Naturally, no one could find such a place. Naturally, there was no one who could affect this world. As the master of this world, Zhou Tong could be considered immortal and eternal. Oh, it's not just immortality and eternity. My original body is not far from perfecting the immortal emperor technique and standing firmly in the immortal emperor realm. Zhou Tong calmed down and carefully observed the reaction of his body. The changes of the 10 heavenly rings were gradually manifesting in his body. The integration of the 10 heavenly rings also represented the integration of a part of Zhou Tong's 10 true fates. This integration was also reflected in Zhou Tong's original body. He looked into his body. Although the system of divine runes in his body was still 8-colored, he could see that outside of the 8 colors, there were faint traces of the 9th and 10th colors. Although it was only a shadow now, there was no doubt that the power of the Qilin and Immortal Phoenix true fates had begun to seep into Zhou Tong's original body and formed a connection. As long as these two true fates completely returned, the immortal emperor technique would naturally be perfected. The last two shadows have appeared. This also means that the immortal emperor technique has improved further. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and then adjusted his state. Boom! Almost in the next instant, Zhou Tong stood firmly in the immortal emperor realm. The aura of an immortal emperor covered the sky and earth. If he had not set up restrictions around his residence, the entire high heavens would have been shaken. At this moment, Zhou Tong's body was covered in 8-colored divine light. In particular, the shadows of the 9th and 10th colors appeared in the 8-colored divine light. As expected, I've improved. Previously, my sovereign technique only gave me a 5-fold amplification. Now, it's 8 times amplification. Zhou Tong carefully sensed the state of his body and was slightly delighted. After the immortal emperor technique was perfected, its limit was 10 times. Previously, due to the lack of balance, it was only 5 times. Now that the balance was slightly improved, it was immediately upgraded to 8 times. Although the difference between this 8 times and 5 times was not that big, it was only a difference of 3 times, but this kind of increase could be stacked. Zhou Tong had the secret technique, Furnace of Fighting Intent. After many years of continuous upgrading, this secret technique had now reached the immortal emperor level. Although this mystic technique still provided a 10-fold amplification, when combined with Zhou Tong's immortal emperor technique, the amplification was terrifying. With the amplification of this secret technique, the previous 5-fold amplification had increased to 50-fold. Now, the current 8-fold amplification had increased to 80-fold. In this type of situation, the difference in amplification was as much as 30 times. It was precisely because of this difference in amplification that Zhou Tong had the confidence to kill weaker immortal emperors before he stabilized himself at the immortal emperor level. Now, with the amplification going a step further, Zhou Tong even had the confidence to kill stronger immortal emperors. Actually, my amplification ability is still a bit lacking. Even now, it still hasn't broken through the 10-fold limit. Zhou Tong also sighed with regret. Even though his furnace of fighting intent was created when he was a human Tao Supreme being, the deductions and improvements over the years only made it so that this technique could still be used at the immortal emperor level. It couldn't exceed the 10-fold limit. One had to understand that secret techniques also had ranks. Secret techniques that true immortals could use didn't mean that immortal kings could use them as well. Secret techniques that immortal kings could use didn't mean that immortal emperors could use them. That was why if one wanted to use the previous secret techniques, they had to be upgraded. Sure, Hao had also done this step. During the immortal emperor battle, he had also used the vicious 10 precious technique. It was clear that this technique had been upgraded by him. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had also done something similar. His upgraded secret technique was mainly the 9 secrets. Zhou Tong was naturally no exception. His vicious 10 precious technique had all been upgraded, and it was even further upgraded through other cultivation systems. Since even these things have been upgraded, his own original secret technique had naturally been upgraded a long time ago. What a pity, what a pity. Sure, Hao's third supreme being technique is his own technique. If it was used by others, there would also be signs of its power weakening. Zhou Tong was also a bit envious of Sure Hao's third supreme being precious technique. Sure Hao's third supreme being precious technique had an amplification of more than 10 times. Even though the exact number wasn't too clear, it was definitely at least 15 times. If he also had this type of amplification, the previous 5 times amplification would be close to the current 8 times amplification. Meanwhile, the current 8 times amplification could even reach the heavens, even surpassing the great circle of emperor techniques. Speaking of which, my furnace of fighting intent might be able to advance a step further. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly thought of a way to advance the furnace of fighting intent. He subconsciously looked at his own 10 heavenly passages divine ring. His furnace of fighting intent was used together with his other technique, War Immortal. The stronger the fighting intent, the more power it would erupt with. Using one's own body as a furnace to nurture the fighting intent, it could achieve the effect of increasing one's fighting strength. However, one's own body was limited. In other words, the capacity of the furnace was fixed. If one used one's own body as a furnace, the fighting intent would always be limited to a certain level. This was the reason why Zhou Tong's amplification couldn't exceed 10 times. However, now that the 10 Heavenly Passages Divine Ring was close to perfection, it was different. This Divine Ring could completely replace Zhou Tong's original body, turning into a second furnace to further nurture and increase the fighting intent. Yes, if I use the 10 Heavenly Passages Divine Ring as a second furnace to further nurture the fighting intent, my amplification method can be further increased. 10 times is just the beginning. 20 or even 30 times will not be a problem, because the smelting of the 10 Heavenly Passages Divine Ring will surpass that of my original body. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more excited he became. The 10 Heavenly Passages Divine Ring was a huge macro world. The number of celestial emperors it could accommodate could be in the triple digits, or even the quadruple digits. One could only imagine the limit of the world's fighting intent that could be carried. That was the capacity of an entire world. However, it's impossible for the entire world to carry my fighting intent. There must be a trade-off. After all, the world still needs to develop. If there are so many living creatures inside the 10 Heavenly Passages Divine Ring, they also need to fight. Speaking of which, I can also directly borrow some fighting intent from them to smoothly pass the early stage of the furnace of fighting intent. The furnace of fighting intent had a process of nurturing the fighting intent, so when it was first used, it was impossible to directly increase one's fighting strength by more than 10 times. However, if he directly borrowed the fighting intent of others, he might be able to eliminate this drawback. Moreover, the most important thing is that once the new furnace of fighting intent appears, my other supporting techniques will also need to be modified to further adapt to this technique. Zhou Tong silently deduced the new technique in his heart. Chapter 1532. As he deduced the technique, Zhou Tong looked at his 10 Paradise Divine Ring, and a thought appeared in his mind. The most important thing in the management of a world was cycles. The most important thing was to make the world fall into a cycle of life and death. Then it would grow bit by bit in the cycle. However, if there were too many immortals in a world, this group of people would eat up the world forever. Sooner or later, they would become the cancer of the world. Cultivators seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. If they were immortal, the entire world would be stolen by them. If the world wanted to grow, it didn't need immortal experts. Instead, it needed dead experts. Only dead experts would be absorbed by the world, and in turn, it would promote the world to become stronger. Immortal experts weren't very beneficial to the world. Zhou Tong knew very well that even a large universe like the Desolate Era's world was in great danger because of immortal cultivators. In that universe, the experts were harvested by people from other universes, so the entire universe was in danger of being refined. However, if the standard of immortality was set higher and the lifespan of the cultivators was reduced, then even if the same thing happened, the danger faced by the entire universe would be greatly reduced. Controlling the lifespan of experts is a very necessary method. Only by controlling lifespan can a cultivator truly unleash their potential and walk a different path. These paths can also be used as a reference for me. Zhou Tong thought of the Jiuqian Shidi. Because Zhou Tong controlled the substance of immortality, ordinary great emperors only had a lifespan of 30,000 years at most. However, because of this, the average standard of the entire universe skyrocketed. All kinds of great Tao scriptures were created explosively, causing the strength of the entire lower level of the universe to grow and expand like never before. With such growth and expansion, there would definitely be an endless number of high-end experts in the future. The 10 Paradise Divine Ring also needs to use this method to slightly restrain the cultivators. At the same time, those experts who have reached the immortal realm also need some methods to restrain and vent. Zhou immediately thought of this problem. Fighting spirit is a good way to vent. If I use the 10 Heavens Divine Ring to accumulate fighting spirit, the fighting spirit of all the living beings in the world will definitely skyrocket. In the future, there will be something similar to a calamity. Zhou was deducing the feasibility of a calamity while he was deducing the new furnace of fighting spirit. If the strong fought regularly, it was possible for the weak to return to the universe. As for the destruction caused by those experts, it didn't matter at all. After all, they were all in the universe. Everything just returned to the origin. They could create the corresponding treasures again at any time. If there is a fixed cataclysm, I would need to preserve some of those natural treasures. Zhou thought to himself. The 10 heavenly rings were becoming more and more advanced, especially after the Qilin True Fate's High Heaven Scroll was fused into it. This caused the entire world to reach a higher level. Many spirit medicines and immortal medicines evolved once more. It's time to set some rules. Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, it wasn't just him. Within the 10 heavenly rings, even the Sky Emperor who replaced Zhou to rule the entire universe and set the heavenly rules, the Blood Phoenix Avatar, was starting to follow Zhou steps and set new heavenly rules. Just as Zhou was actively preparing for war, deducing secret techniques, sorting out the world, and increasing his strength on the other side. On the plateau where the strange and ominous things were. This was a gloomy land of doom. Fog lingered here. It was barren and dead silent. It was completely lifeless. This was also a supreme land among the heavens. No one knew its origin, and no one knew where it would lead to. This was a land even more terrifying and strange than high heavens. The sky was gloomy, and an ominous and strange aura wantonly pervaded the air. For countless years, this land had been shrouded in a strange and dark power. It was oppressive and oppressive. It was only at the edge of this plateau that one could still see rotting creatures moving about. Occasionally, one could also see some strange creatures walking out of this plateau. But whether it was the rotting creatures or the strange creatures, all of them were silent, as if they were afraid of waking something up. And in a slightly deeper region, one could even see the corpses of immortal emperors dripping with blood. Even the most supreme beings of the heavens had met such a fate in this place. The plateau was vast and boundless. Even if all the realms of the lower realms were to pour in, they would only be able to fill a portion of it. This region was no smaller than high heavens. Moreover, it had been like this since ancient times. No matter how many years had passed, this plateau had never changed. The creatures that walked out of it extinguished the flames of countless civilizations and turned them into ruins. Since ancient times, no civilization or creature had been able to resist them. Correct. However, it was on such a plateau that strange voices suddenly rang out one after another. This sound was enough to make countless strange creatures tremble. It was because it sounded from the limits of the plateau, from the strange ancestral land. The limits of this plateau split open. A figure appeared. He was withered like firewood, his clothes completely rotten. He looked just like a zombie that crawled out from a coffin. This was the strange race's primogenitor. Today, another primogenitor finally crawled out. How long? In that instant, heaven and earth trembled. Endless natural laws collapsed, the entire space-time becoming unstable. In that instant, all of the creatures of the strange race who sensed this all knelt down and cowed out. That is, even outside the plateau, Heavenly Emperor Huang, who was currently confronting the three great primogenitors, suddenly felt his mind go cold, as if something was staring at him. He suddenly turned around, looking towards the depths of the plateau. He saw a large and tall figure appear. Not good. Another primogenitor of the strange race has moved out. Sure, Hao was shocked. Could it be that the strange race knew that he couldn't hold on much longer, so they sent out another primogenitor to prevent him from running? I wonder if they discovered something. Sure, Hao also had some suspicions inside. Ever since Zhou Tong calmed the Soul River, Sure Hao already secretly moved. Right now, it was merely an incarnation of his. Even though it contained his greatest strength, it didn't matter how this incarnation died. That was why during these years, Sure Hao didn't feel any fear at all. However now, another primogenitor appeared from the strange race's side. Sure Hao was a bit suspicious. Did they discover something? For example, did they discover that he was only using his incarnation to fight, his true body hiding somewhere else? The more he thought about it, the more vigilant Sure Hao became, fearing that this primogenitor might do something else. Chapter 1533. My descendant was killed, but he couldn't be revived. A newly revived bizarre race progenitor spoke. His voice sounded extremely old, but contained anger. His voice tore through the endless void outside the plateau, causing countless dark creatures to tremble. The immortal emperor who was killed was the only immortal emperor among his descendants. He was also a descendant that he valued greatly. If something happened to him, that descendant would replace him and become the new progenitor's descendant. But now, everything was gone. He couldn't be revived. How could he not be angry? However, everyone from Bizarre Race felt as if their hearts were struck by lightning. Everyone trembled. He couldn't be revived after being killed. Even the Bizarre Race's immortal emperors who didn't know the inside story were shocked. They felt extremely uneasy. The foundation of their race's existence was this endless resurrection ability. Even if they were killed, they could quickly revive in the end. But now, there was someone who could break their resurrection, causing them to truly die after death and not be able to revive. Wasn't this the same as destroying the most important thing of their race? All the Bizarre Race and Ominous Race couldn't help but feel greatly shocked. Another enemy appeared in their race. Other than desolation, there was someone else who had such power? For a moment, all the Bizarre Race and Ominous Race felt their scalps go numb. There was a strong sense of unease in their hearts. Even Heaven Emperor Huang, who was confronting the Bizarre Race, couldn't help but be stunned. Someone actually killed them until they couldn't be revived? With such strength, he should be infinitely close to the Tao, sacrificial realm. I didn't expect that other than me, someone else had reached this step. But who exactly is he? Heaven Emperor Huang was puzzled. Logically speaking, he knew all the experts in the various heavens. But there shouldn't be such a person. Shang, Mia, you two were with you back then. What's the details? Why did you revive but you couldn't? The skinny progenitor looked at the two people in their race. These two were the seven-colored long-hair Immortal Emperor and Darkness Immortal Emperor who were killed by the Qilin True Fate. The seven-colored long-hair Immortal Emperor was called Shang, and the Darkness Immortal Emperor was called Mia. The Dark Immortal Emperor said, "We don't know how he killed you, but we feel that with his strength, he shouldn't be able to kill you to the point where he can't revive." As the Darkness Immortal Emperor spoke, he transmitted his consciousness to the progenitor of the strange lineage and told him everything they knew. The progenitor took it and pondered for a long time. He frowned and said, "That shouldn't be the case. This level of strength is only above average in our race. He shouldn't be this strong." Could it be that this person specially developed some kind of secret technique to compete with our race's resurrection ability? But that's not right. How could he have created a secret technique of this level? The progenitor was equally confused. He didn't know how his opponent had managed to kill his progeny. In terms of strength, only a peerless immortal emperor who had touched the realm of Tao sacrifice had the strength and opportunity to permanently kill the immortal emperors of the strange races. Moreover, the process of killing them would definitely consume a lot of time and energy. Obviously, from what he knew so far, the other party did not have the time and energy to do so. Could it be that he really created such a secret technique to compete with our race? Or did he find Yu's weakness? The more the progenitor thought, the more anxious he became. He quickly began to deduce. Following the karma of the unseen world, he wanted to find out how his descendant had died. He wanted to know how his descendant had died. Can't find it? The karma has been severed? How is that possible? However, just as he began to deduce, he was immediately stunned. This was because all the karma that had just been deduced in one direction was immediately severed. This made the progenitor's scalp tingle. One had to know that he was a Tao sacrifice rel progenitor. Under such circumstances, it should have been easy for him to deduce an above-average immortal emperor. However, all the karma had been severed. Could it be the power of karma? This person is extremely proficient in the Tao of karma. Did he use this Tao to prove his Tao? In that case, the power he displayed was completely to confuse others. The more the progenitor thought, the more shocked he was. If that was the case, didn't it mean that the opponent had never shown his true strength? What he had shown was only on the surface. On the surface, he had the strength of an above-average immortal emperor, but his true level might be even higher. An extreme immortal emperor who touched upon the Tao sacrifice realm. Or perhaps he was in existence at the Tao sacrifice realm to begin with. The more the progenitor thought about it, the more shocked he became. He couldn't worry about anything else, taking a step out, about to rush out of the plateau. Chong. However, the instant he left the plateau, an unmatched streak of sword radiance instantly appeared, hacking apart the void, severing the great river of time. This world was covered in a boundless expanse, only this resplendent streak of sword radiance remaining. This streak of sword radiance tore through the darkness, hacking out endless dazzling radiance, directly landing on this progenitor's body. Pooh! In almost an instant, this progenitor who had just appeared directly flew out, blood flowing from his body. This streak of sword radiance almost hacked him in half. With me here, you all can forget about going anywhere. Sure Hao held the long sword in hand, blocking in front of this progenitor who had just appeared. Huang, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight, yet you still dare try to be brave. Do you really think we are scared of you? One of the three great progenitors who faced each other before also suddenly opened his eyes, glaring angrily at Sure Hao. Before, we were merely using you as practice. Since you are courting death, then we'll help you accomplish your goal. The second progenitor also revealed killing intent, raising his foot and walking towards Sure Hao. Huang, you knocked on the barrier again and again, becoming stronger the more you fought. However, now that you've exhausted yourself for so long, it is time to end things. Today, we are going to completely kill you, not giving you any more chances. The final progenitor also surrounded Sure Hao. At the same time, the progenitor who was hacked apart also recovered, his ice-cold eyes staring at Sure Hao. A single sword injured me to this extent. Good. Huang, even when I was asleep, I still heard about you. However, all those who make me bleed must pay back 10,000 times the price. The four great progenitors surrounded Sure Hao together. Right now, the pressure Sure Hao faced could be said to be unprecedentedly great. When facing three great progenitors, he could still guarantee that he would be fine, but against four great progenitors, he had to go all out. This was especially the case when his current condition wasn't that great either. It seems like before you grow up, the plan has to be brought forward, Sure Hao said inwardly. Kill! An explosive shout sounded. Sure Hao took the initiative to attack, continuously attacking the four great progenitors, incomparably powerful. The plateau that had calmed down for a period of time erupted with fighting spirit again. Chapter 1534. At the same time, on the other side of the high heavens, Zhou Tong was still sitting cross-legged in his palace and quietly deducing his new amplification method. Even though he was still sitting cross-legged in the palace without any movement, a powerful battle intent surged out from his body. An invincible belief and a surging will to battle surged like a tidal wave. Once this battle intent erupted, it would cause countless people to tremble in fear. At the same time, the 8 true fates that had already fused into his body resonated with his battle intent. A brilliant, immortal light bloomed from his body and lit up his entire body. In just a moment, the sound of thousands of horses galloping could be heard from his body. Boom! A terrifying battle intent reverberated within the 10 heavenly rings. Being stimulated by this battle intent, the countless existences inside the rings seemed to be responding to Zhou Tong's battle intent. Their blood boiled, and they felt like they had to spit it out. Zhou Tong's battle intent surged within the rings and resonated with countless existences. After resonating, these living beings also released their own fighting spirit, and this fighting spirit was further used on Zhou Tongzi's body. Even the Qilin True Fate and the Immortal Phoenix True Fate were stimulated by this resonance. Perhaps it was the burning of their battle blood, the resonance of the 10 heavenly paradise rings, or the connection between them, but the 2 true fates were also stimulated with a strong battle intent. The auras of the 2 true fates surged at a rate visible to the naked eye. Their muscles and tendons bulged. The aura of an immortal emperor blotted out the sky. This mighty divine aura was enough to intimidate countless existences in the 10 heavenly rings. Fight! 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 Haha! Where's the world-defying emperor? Come out quickly and fight with me. Motherfucker! Fight! Our holy flame tribe will never admit defeat. Kill those sons of bitches. The battle intent and aura of the Qilin and Immortal Phoenix True Fate not only failed to quell the conflict within the rings, but it also intensified the conflict. At this moment, all kinds of sounds of battle erupted in the heavens of the 10 paradise divine ring. Almost every world had an earth-shattering battle. Boom, 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 boom. Towards the end, a sound like a heartbeat could be heard within the 10 heavenly rings. The battle intent of all the creatures in the world resonated with Zhou Tong, resonating with the pulse of the world, and also resonating with his 2 true fates, the Qilin and the Immortal Phoenix. Zhou Tong even vaguely felt that the Qilin and Immortal Phoenix true fates had become one with him, as if they had returned. I finally found the opportunity for the return of the last 2 true fates. Zhou Tong almost instantly realized that this was definitely something he had yearned for even in his dreams. Previously, he had never been able to find an opportunity for the Immortal Phoenix True Fate to return to its original body. The Qilin True Fate's Path of Pollen was essentially to make up for this. The Qilin True Fate did not disappoint Zhou Tong. During the process of growth, it used the karmic bond of spirit to further deepen the connection between the Qilin True Fate, the Immortal Phoenix True Fate, and Zhou Tong's original body. This was the first time that Zhou Tong saw the hope of the Immortal Phoenix True Fate returning. After that, the Qilin True Fate's high heavens painting merged with the rings, perfectly integrating the structure of the rings. On top of the previous foundation, it further deepened the connection between the 2 true fates and the original body. During this time, Zhou Tong had also used other methods to further strengthen the connection, such as refining his natal divine weapon, but the effects were very weak. It could only be considered as icing on the cake and could not cause a qualitative change. However, until now, when Zhou Tong's original body, the Qilin True Fate, the Immortal Phoenix True Fate, and the rings resonated with the battle intent, he finally found hope for the return of the 2 true fates. The battle intent resonance has solved my current problem. As expected, the final solution is actually contained in my original path. The path that I have traversed from beginning to end has always been the path of the War Immortal. The more the resonance, the more Zhou Tong understood the choice of path. Since ancient times, Zhou Tong was the only one who had traversed the path of the War Immortal. He did not go through a long period of metamorphosis. Instead, he quickly skipped the hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of metamorphosis for the mortal world immortal and directly broke through. This was a record that no one could break even in the later Golden Era. This path was also Zhou Tong's core and most important path. Now, it was also the key for him to take the final step. Battle intent resonance. Today is the day that I take the final step of metamorphosis. Zhou Tong was completely immersed in the breakthrough of the battle intent resonance, immersing himself in the final return of the Qilin true fate and the immortal phoenix true fate. In fact, at this point, he did not have much time to think about other things. This was because his body and mind were completely filled with battle intent and could not tolerate the existence of other things. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the strange plateau, Heavenly Emperor Huang's entire body was covered in blood, countless cracks appearing on his body. These injuries were all formed in the short period of time that had passed. He fought 4 great strange ancestors alone. Even if it was him, his injuries were still not light. Meanwhile, across from him, there were 4 great ancestors standing side by side. Every single one of them could collapse the great river of time, annihilate all tangible things, shatter the endless Tao laws of endless time. Huang, your fighting strength is heaven-defying after all. After fighting until now, you can still kill each of us once. However, right now, you're also about to reach the end of your life. Today, you will undoubtedly die. The strange ancestor spoke. I will give you a chance. Surrender to my clan, and we can allow you to enter the plateau to receive the greatest baptism. In the future, you might become the most powerful ancestor who surpasses us. Another ancestor also spoke, advising him to surrender. Sure Hao remained silent. At his current cultivation realm, everything was false. His will was firm, definitely not going to change sides because of a few words from the strange ancestors. He instead gripped the sword in his hands even more tightly. Things don't seem too good. However, right at this time, the ancestor who had awakened not long ago suddenly frowned, saying, "There seems to be a few variables. Is it the heavens or heavens?" Another ancestor hurriedly asked. That person shook his head. "I cannot deduce anything. It seems like someone severed all karma, preventing us from deducing anything." What? Severed all karma? The other ancestors cried out in alarm. Why didn't we notice anything? Another ancestor spoke. If it wasn't for one of my descendants being permanently killed by him, I wouldn't have sensed this person's existence either. This person has hidden himself extremely deeply. This time, we have to eliminate him. That ancestor's voice was ice cold. You all can forget about going anywhere. Sure Hao was like a demonic mountain, blocking in front of all of the ancestors. You can stop the 4 of us, but how many of our clan's experts are there? An ancestor sneered. Everyone, listen up. Today we're going to offer a great sacrifice to the heavens. A great sacrifice to the heavens. Chapter 1535. The strange 4th ancestor revived. Sure Hao already didn't have the strength to deal with anything else, only able to do everything he could to deal with these 4 great ancestors. As for the remaining immortal emperors, there was nothing he could do. 16 immortal emperor-level experts appeared at the same time. That day, regardless of whether it was the heavens or heavens, they were all trembling. Endless primal chaos lightning descended from the heavens, blood-colored whirlwinds sweeping about in countless great worlds. There was even more ominous lightning and black rain that descended. 16 immortal emperors appeared at the same time. The entire world produced countless strange and unfathomable heavenly phenomena, sinister and terrifying. How is this possible? The darkness had just retreated not long ago. Why did it come again? What terrifying darkness matter? Even thicker than back then. Heavens, the darkness is making a comeback. In the lower realm heavens, many cultivators trembled. Not long ago, Zhou Tong roamed the heavens, purifying a sea of darkness matter, making these people think that the endless darkness had ended, welcoming a bright future. However, at this moment, more than 10 immortal emperor-level experts appeared at the same time, immediately making Zhou Tong's previous efforts go down the drain. Darkness matter that was terrifyingly thick appeared in the heavens, making everyone shiver inwardly. It was to the extent where there were some creatures whose strength were a bit weaker. The instant this darkness matter appeared, they naturally carried out strange transformations, about to become strange creatures. It wasn't just the lower realm heavens. Heavens was even more so given special attention. In heavens, Luo Tianxian, Meng Hai, Kuan Peng old ancestor, as well as a few half-immortal emperors who stayed behind back then, all of them raised their heads at the same time, looking towards the sky. The entire heavens was covered in black rain. The heavens even more so covered in countless blood-colored lightning. One could vaguely see creatures whose bodies were covered in long hair, dyed in black blood, or releasing gray mist. These creatures were high up above, overlooking heavens, about to turn all of heavens into a land of ghosts. At this moment, heavens completely froze. Those creatures from the ancient times immediately became pale white. Only the 20% of creatures who survived back then able to move. They all raised their heads, looking at the scene in the sky with incomparable shock. However, after the shock, there was great anger and unwillingness. Back then, the high heavens was defeated just like that. 80% of the living beings were killed, and now they had to face the same situation again. In fact, even the remaining 20% of the living beings might not be able to survive. Strange and ominous. As expected, they can't tolerate us continuing to reflect. Otherwise, after we break through, they will be even more difficult to deal with. Luo Tianxian sighed softly. The strange and inauspicious had indeed struck an important point in time. Their reflections had already lasted for so long that it was impossible for them to extricate themselves. Strange and ominous. They really chose the right time to make a move. Meng Hai spoke as well, and his words revealed dense resentment and helplessness. Making a move at this time was strange and ominous. The key to the art of war was to strike in the middle of the river before crossing it. It could be said that whether it was Luo Tianxian or Meng Hai, they didn't have much ability to counterattack at this time. Their only means of retaliation were the 3 emperor weapons refined by Meng Hai and the newly ascended immortal emperor, Ancestor Kuan Peng. Right now, both of us are being held back by the entire reflections. Even if we do our best, we can barely hold back 1 path engine level expert each. I wonder how fellow Taoist Zhou is doing. With his combat strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to hold back 1 path engine level existence, and perhaps even more. Luo Tianxian placed some of her hopes on Zhou Tong. Meng Hai shook his head and said, he just killed a strange and ominous immortal emperor not long ago. Even if it looks like he's unharmed, is that really the case? Moreover, once fellow Taoist Zhou's strength is exposed, I'm afraid that the strange and ominous side will focus all their efforts on him. Meng Hai still remembered Zhou Tong's terrifying flame energy. He was basically certain that the power of the fire elemental Tao could restrain the strange and ominous to a certain extent. It was conceivable that once the strange and ominous side saw Zhou Tong, once they saw Zhou Tong who could restrain them to some extent, they would definitely do their best to kill him. Even so, I'm afraid he'll have no choice but to deal with them with all his strength. This time, the strange and ominous side has turned out in full force. Their target isn't just high heavens. Even the lower realms are within their attack range. Luo Tianxian sighed as she casually probed the lower realms with her divine sense. For this battle, we can't care about the lower realms anymore. Meng Hai nodded slightly with an extremely grave expression. Rumble. At this moment, the firmament of high heavens suddenly split open, and then large patches of strange land appeared. It was a place that Luo Tianxian and Meng Hai were extremely familiar with, the sacrificial grounds. Not good. Even the sacrificial grounds have appeared. The strange and ominous are determined to completely annihilate us this time. Meng Hai's pupil shrank. He didn't dare to wait any longer and immediately attacked. Boom! Almost instantly, an ancient lamp appeared in the sky. The light was dim and hazy, and the flames burned the black rain in the sky. As the light flickered and flickered, it blocked the strange and ominous matter that filled the sky. Crack! In the next moment, a golden light tore through the firmament, bringing with it a large amount of chaotic energy. It was like a true dragon, surging and roaring. In the end, everything turned into a primal chaos mace that emitted a sharp aura. It targeted the strange and ominous sacrificial grounds, making it difficult for that area to directly descend into high heavens. Buzz! Next, the void trembled as an ancient mirror appeared, shining with an unparalleled immortal light. It purified a large area of the strange and ominous matter nearby and blocked the erosion of the strange and ominous power. These were the three artifacts that immortal Emperor Menghai had refined for countless years: the reincarnation lamp, the primal chaos mace, and the myriad tribulation mirror. This was an artifact that he had specially refined to restrain the strange and ominous power. Each artifact could restrain the strange and ominous power to a certain extent. After fighting the strange and ominous power for so long in high heavens, he naturally had a deep understanding of them. He also had a vague understanding of the strange and ominous matter's nature, which was why Menghai could refine these three artifacts. Hahaluo, Menghai, the two of you are still alive after so many years. At this moment, a cold sneer came from the sky. A living being with gray mist on his body appeared in the sacrificial grounds and looked down at high heavens. The lamp of reincarnation, the primal chaos mace, the myriad tribulation mirror. The three artifacts that you spent countless years refining can indeed slightly impede the advancement of our race, but it can only delay your annihilation by an hour. The gray mist immortal emperor said softly, "Now that we have mobilized all our forces, there will be no more variables in the heavens or even high heavens. Everything in the world is just a sacrifice. Break the three artifacts and begin the grand sacrificial grounds immediately." At this command, all the immortal emperors attacking high heavens made their move at the same time. Chapter 1536. The high heavens was dead silent. The bustling scene reflected by the river of time was completely frozen. All the living beings were like statues, quietly standing where they were without moving at all. In the sky, only Luo Tianxian, Menghai, and Ancestor Kuan Peng were resisting with all their might. Further away were the reincarnation lamp, primal chaos Jian, and myriad tribulation mirror that Menghai had refined for countless years. The emperors of the high heavens used these three items as the core to defend with all their might. However, they would not be able to hold on for long because most of the strange and ominous 16 immortal emperors had come to the high heavens. The strange and ominous understood that there were no immortal emperors in the lower realms, so only 2 immortal emperors were left behind as a precaution. The remaining 14 immortal emperors had all come to the high heavens. This was a desperate situation. There were 14 immortal emperors, but only Luo Tianxian and Menghai were left in the high heavens. Moreover, these 2 immortal emperors had spent most of their energy reflecting the river of time. Ancestor Kuan Peng, who had just broken through, had not even stabilized his immortal emperor realm. He could only occasionally unleash immortal emperor realm strength. Finally, crack! With a soft sound, a crack appeared on the reincarnation lamp, which was the first to appear. Then, its light dimmed greatly. After holding on for so long, this emperor weapon was already damaged. After all, only Menghai and Luo Tianxian were supporting everything here. How could it resist the dozen immortal emperors outside? Crack! Soon, a second soft sound was heard. This was the sound of the primal chaos Jian. This emperor weapon could not hold on any longer. After the second soft sound, a third soft sound was heard. A crack appeared on the myriad tribulation mirror. Boom! Finally, with a final boom, the 3 emperor weapons completely shattered. At the same time, Meng Hai spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. In the past few eras, other than reflecting the river of time, he had been focusing on these 3 emperor weapons. Now that the emperor weapons were broken, he naturally suffered a backlash. After all, he was an immortal emperor. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he quickly regained his balance. However, at this moment, there were more than a dozen murderous immortal emperors surrounding them. To be able to stop us for an hour with just the 2 of you is already heaven-defying. A strange immortal emperor sneered. But everything is over. Last time, we didn't wipe out the high heavens. We only gave you a chance to leave behind some seeds of civilization for us to harvest next time. Do you really think that you can defeat us with your strength? Another immortal emperor sneered. As soon as this voice came out, everyone's expression changed greatly. It was as if a bolt from the blue exploded in their minds. Were they able to survive because something strange and ominous wanted to keep them as seeds to wait for the next harvest? Luo Tianxian and Meng Hai, in particular, had extremely ugly expressions. They had made the wrong bet. The uncanny and ominous had not used their full strength when they defeated High Heavens the last time. In fact, they did not even suffer enough damage. The reason why they had not come all these years was to give them time to continue developing. It's a pity that we left you with a chance to reproduce and restore your former glory once more. But you are reflecting history and trying to restore the past. This is a great taboo. That's right. This time, we won't leave any traces behind. Since High Heavens is unwilling to move forward, then there's only one path left. People who are useless to our great ritual have no value in living in this world. The strange immortal emperors said word by word. Every time they said a word, Luo Tianxian and Meng Hai's bodies trembled violently. They really realized that they had gone the wrong way by reflecting history all these years. The uncanny and ominous did not need them to reflect history. They only needed them to reproduce and leave behind enough descendants for them to harvest again. And now, their actions of reflecting history and reviving their friends had almost completely destroyed the remaining 20% of High Heavens. Even their bloodlines would be destroyed. Flowers are the same every year, but people are different every year. Flowers bloom and wilt in another era. Let us send you on your way. A strange immortal emperor said casually. To them, the great ritual had been held countless times. Every time, the great ritual destroyed living beings in units of civilization. They were already used to it. Other than their own race, everyone else was just ants in their eyes. It was difficult for them to feel the slightest ripple in their hearts. Old Kuanpeng, take the remaining people and leave. Go find fellow Taoist Zhou. Only he can protect the remaining people. Meng Hai said to Ancestor Kuanpeng, who was not far away. Leave behind useful bodies. Don't let our fellow Taoists' bloodline be destroyed. Luo Tianxian also exhorted. Kill. Then, Luo Tianxian and Meng Hai directly dispersed the many years of reflecting history, causing the efforts of several eras to turn into flowing water. Then, their auras soared, and they directly charged towards the many immortal emperors. The 2 of them had already decided to risk their lives to find a chance of survival for the others. The other quasi-immortal emperors looked at the backs of the 2 immortal emperors and clenched their fists. However, they weakly put them down. In the face of such a situation, even if they were quasi-immortal emperors, it was meaningless. Other than Ancestor Kuanpeng, the other quasi-immortal emperors could be killed with a breath in front of any immortal emperor. Even Ancestor Kuanpeng could only hold on for a while. If he was unlucky and fell to the immortal emperor level, he would not be able to hold on for a while. Everyone, follow me. Ancestor Kuanpeng also looked at the backs of Luo Tianxian and Meng Hai one last time. Finally, he waved his sleeve and took away a portion of the remaining 20% of the population. Ancestor Kuanpeng also knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. He could not put all his eggs in one basket, so he only took away a portion of the people. The other quasi-immortal emperors also understood the current dangerous situation. They all took action and took away a portion of the remaining people. Then, they directly followed behind Ancestor Kuanpung and left. Do you think it's useful to take away a portion of the people? It's just a few Daozu. Do you really think you can take away enough living beings under our eyes? An immortal emperor covered in black blood sneered. Split into 10 people and surround Luo Tianxian and Meng Hai. Don't leave them any chance of survival. The remaining 3 people will chase after them. We must destroy high heavens in this battle. The immortal emperor in the depths of the sacrificial ground, who was covered in gray fog, did not take action. Instead, he gave orders from afar. This was the strongest among the strange immortal emperors group. He was also a peak immortal emperor. Yes, after receiving the order, the remaining 3 immortal emperors immediately chased after Ancestor Kuanping and the others. Luo Tianxian and Meng Hai wanted to stop them, but there were 10 immortal emperors beside them. Facing the siege of 10 immortal emperors, they tried their best, but could not stop the remaining 3 immortal emperors. Daoist Zhou, we can only rely on you to protect the last flame of high heavens, Luo Tianxian said in her heart. Then, she immediately became serious and went all out against the strange immortal emperor. Chapter 1537. The number of immortal emperors in the first few chapters has been changed. High heavens, above the tyrant clan, Ancestor Kuanping brought the remaining 20% of high heavens and the other quasi-mortal emperors here. Without the help of an immortal emperor, it was impossible for the quasi-immortal emperors to escape from the hands of an immortal emperor. Even if they ran away for a while, the immortal emperor could deduce the location of the escape and chase after them again. Relying on Zhou Tong's side was already the only thing they could do now. They hoped that Zhou Tong could run away with the remaining people, then cut off the karma and hide their auras. On the other side, the 3 immortal emperors who were chasing after Ancestor Kuanping were moving forward at a moderate pace without any sense of nervousness or urgency. Because the people chasing after them were just a group of quasi-mortal emperors. It was also because the target was so ordinary that they had the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse. Not only that, to them, chasing after the quasi-mortal emperors was to check the backup plan of high heavens. They wanted to see where this group of quasi-mortal emperors would run to and who they would ask for help. They did not forget that the key reason why they suddenly held the grand sacrifice this time was that someone among them was killed. Immortal Emperor Yu was killed, and Gao Yuan could not be resurrected. Their ancestor was also awakened because of this. Therefore, other than the grand sacrifice this time, the most important thing was to find out the cause of Yu's death. Therefore, following this group of immortal emperors might have some unexpected gains. This was also the reason why they were not in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, the 3 of them also followed Ancestor Kuanping and the others to the sky above the Tyrant clan. This was an area they had never known before. As far as they knew, this area had been destroyed several epochs ago. This was the place where high heavens had fought with them for the first time. There was even a thick layer of dark matter left here. After that, not many people from high heavens were willing to come here. However, when the 3 immortal emperors arrived here, their hearts suddenly beat violently as if some ferocious beast was staring at them. When was this place purified by them? An immortal emperor, stained with black blood, could not help but exclaim. The red-haired immortal emperor also became vigilant. Be careful. This place feels a bit strange. Even though I didn't feel anything, my heart was pounding as if something bad was about to happen. Another immortal emperor with dense, white, baleful chi nodded. He scanned the land with his divine sense and said, "There's someone here. It's at least Daozu. He's not weaker than the Kuanping from before. He might even be at the end of the road level. This place has been purified by him." The black blood immortal emperor and the red hair immortal emperor became serious and said at the same time, "Find him." In just an instant, these 3 strange immortal emperors sensed the existence of some restrictions. Terrifying beams of light shot out from their eyes at the same time as they stared in a direction. It's that mountain. There's a secret place in that mountain. There's a powerful restriction placed there. Someone must be hiding there. Soon after, these people all approached. They were all very careful, afraid that something might happen there. But the closer they got, the more terrified they felt. It was as if there was a monster hiding there, emitting a chilling aura. This aura, it must be an end-of-the-road level expert. There's no doubt about it. I didn't expect high heavens to have such a person. We actually didn't find him. The red-haired immortal emperor's eyelids twitched. That aura was too terrifying. Especially as time passed, it became more and more terrifying. When they first got close, they couldn't sense it at all. But not long after, that aura had expanded to the point where it could pass through the restrictions. One had to know that they were all into the road-level experts. Even so, they felt their scalps tingling when facing this aura. It's very likely to be a top expert, not weaker than Huang. It's very likely to be the murderer of you. Immortal Emperor Blackblood said in a low voice. Huang was the immortal emperor shrouded in gray mist. He was also the one who had not made a move at all. He was also the strongest immortal emperor sent by the strange race. He was second only to the primogenitor. What should we do? The red-haired immortal emperor hesitated. The one in front of them was very likely to be enough to kill them. Even Gao Yuan couldn't save them. In the face of such an expert, they were naturally cautious. Humph, since he has such strength, but didn't come out, it means that his current state is not right. Moreover, this aura on his body is not stable. It seems to be fluctuating. There's only one situation. The White Fiend Immortal Emperor stared at the mountain in front of him with his long and narrow eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and a blood-stained silver heavenly saber appeared in his palm. Clang! The saber edge hummed. In an instant, the bright saber light cut through the void and cut off time. The vast saber chi cut through everything and filled the sky. This scene was really too shocking. Whether it was the tyrant body lineage not far away, or the Kunpung old ancestor and the others who had fled here, everyone was trembling. This saber was invincible and nothing could not be broken. It even had an indescribable, brilliant momentum, causing the time fragments to burst out and scatter everywhere. Especially the most resplendent saber light. It was reflected in the past and future, affecting a large area of time and space. This saber slashed at the place where Zhou Tong was in seclusion. At the same time, it also included the past and future of this void. The invincible saber chi swept out from the past, present, and future, sweeping away time. Boom! The palace where Zhou Tong was in seclusion exploded on the spot, revealing Zhou Tong who was in seclusion. At this moment, his body burst out with 10 colors of light, and some earth-shattering changes seemed to be happening in his body. When a saber light shone on his body, he seemed to be unaware and still sat there quietly. Die! The White Fiend Immortal Emperor's long and narrow eyes flickered with excitement and bloodthirst. He was very confident in his saber attack. The opponent had not reacted until now, so it was obvious that he would definitely suffer this saber attack. Even Huang, who was the strongest under the primogenitor of their race, would be severely injured if he was struck at the most critical moment of his cultivation. However, the moment the saber light descended, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. Just the action of opening his eyes caused the whole world to tremble as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking and time was reversing. His eyes were like a vast and unfathomable world. Myriad realms, the origin of God heavens, the world tree, and countless other scenes that originally belonged to the 10 heavenly rings flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the time and space around him were all thrown into chaos. Everything was thrown into chaos. The area where Zhou Tong was, it seemed to have turned into an eternal unknown. No matter how the saber light slashed, it could not get close to him at all. Chapter 1538. The saber light swept out like a tidal wave, but Zhou Tong seemed to be surrounded by an endless void. No matter how the saber light slashed, it couldn't get close to him at all. This scene was shocking. The three strange and ominous immortal emperors looked at Zhou Tong in shock. They couldn't understand the scene before them. They felt that the other party was clearly sitting cross-legged in front of them, but it was as if they were separated by endless time and space. They couldn't touch him or even sense him. This was an extremely shocking feeling. The three immortal emperors were all shocked. After truly integrating the Qilin and immortal phoenix fates into his body, the power of his 10 heavenly rings skyrocketed again. The power of the entire 10 heavenly rings seemed to have merged with Zhou Tong's body. He didn't even need to deliberately reveal this 10 heavenly rings to display the power inside. Gotcha! Then Zhou Tong's eyes flashed. The brilliant saber light instantly collapsed. Everything disappeared like smoke. Whether it was the resplendent light, the void that was cut, or the momentum that swept through the river of time, everything collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. Zhou Tong stood up. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were deep. Although he seemed to be like an ancient well and exuded a quiet aura, Zhou Tong knew that he couldn't endure it any longer. The resonance of battle intent caused Zhou Tong's entire body to ripple with surging battle intent. He would not feel good if he did not vent it out. However, in order to better balance all the true fates in his body, Zhou Tong had no choice but to suppress the battle intent in his heart. He maintained a calm and peaceful attitude as he continued to integrate the true fates. Gotcha! In the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared on Zhou Tong's body. Bright red blood spurted out, and a terrifying power gushed out from his body. One had to know that his breakthrough this time was due to the Qilin True Fate and Immortal Phoenix True Fate fusing into his body. In the past, Zhou Tong had never tried to fuse two true fates at the same time. Moreover, whether it was the Qilin True Fate or the Immortal Phoenix True Fate, both were inherently stronger than Zhou Tong's original body. Moreover, the fusion of the two true fates brought about a drastic transformation. Zhou Tong felt that his body and soul were on the verge of disintegrating and exploding at any moment. His body was filled with boundless divine power, and there was even an endless amount of immortal radiance radiating from his body. However, his cracked body recovered in a very short period of time. This time, he had fused with the immortal phoenix life with the strongest life force. No matter what kind of injury he had, he would recover in the instant he exploded. For a moment, Zhou Tong's body formed a strange balance. Every time his body cracked and collapsed, there would be an endless amount of divine power erupting. The power of the immortal phoenix nirvana bloomed, causing his body to be filled with radiance. However, there was no doubt that every time his body was repaired and every time his soul underwent nirvana, his body and soul would become stronger. This also indicated that there was no problem with the fusion. Moreover, it was becoming more and more perfect, closer to grand completion. Gotcha! Puff! His body continued to shatter and recover. Every single drop of blood that splattered out from his body was enough to destroy a myriad of heavens and myriad territories, as well as several civilizations. He was becoming stronger and stronger at an extremely fast speed. The three strange emperors on the opposite side were stunned for a moment. Although this opponent's aura and strength were terrifying and unpredictable, his current state did not seem to be very good. That's right, this person's current state is not good. My slash has affected his breakthrough. He is now in a strange state of balance. As long as the balance is broken, he won't be able to protect himself. White Fiend Immortal Emperor roared. That's right, kill him. It's very likely that he is still in the midst of a breakthrough. Don't give him a chance. Black Blood Immortal Emperor also roared. Go. Red Hair Immortal Emperor also roared. White Fiend Immortal Emperor, Red Hair Immortal Emperor, and Black Blood Immortal Emperor naturally saw that Zhou Tong's state was not right. Although the power he emitted was extremely terrifying, his body and soul had fallen into a cycle of destruction, repair, and destruction. Although his entire body was glowing and his aura was becoming more and more terrifying, everyone knew that he was at his most unstable state. You want to kill me with just a few of you. Although Zhou Tong's entire body was dripping with blood, his bones, muscles, and internal organs were constantly collapsing and reforming. His fighting spirit were still incomparably high. His eyes were as deep as the galaxy. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. He had only spoken a single word, and he had only taken a single step, yet it contained a terrifying pressure that made the three emperors feel like they were about to suffocate. Boom! In the next moment, Zhou Tong attacked fiercely. He ignored the violent tremors and the transformation of his body and directly punched forward. Heaven and earth roared, and the light of time flowed. The invincible fist illuminated the void, causing the entire high heaven to tremble and wail. White Fiend Immortal Emperor, who was standing at the front, directly blasted his divine saber into millions of meteor fragments by Zhou Tong's fist. Then, Zhou Tong's fist shook again. White Fiend Immortal Emperor couldn't react in time and was instantly hit by the fist. Blood and broken bones splattered in all directions. One punch to shatter the weapon, one punch to kill. Dead. An immortal emperor was killed by Zhou Tong with 2 punches. Boom! At this moment, a cold, murderous intent came from not far away. Black Blood Immortal Emperor suddenly attacked. He held a blood-stained spear, and the tip of the spear pierced towards Zhou Tong's glabella. However, when the tip of the spear was about to reach Zhou Tong suddenly turned his head and glanced around. Crack! The space froze. This invincible immortal emperor weapon froze in the void, just like that. It forcibly stopped its piercing motion and froze in the void. At this moment, the remaining red-haired immortal emperor was shocked. It was the same method again. Could it be that this person was invincible? Why did it seem that no matter what technique he used, it would be frozen in the void, as if he couldn't see the end after flying for millions of miles? In the end, under the red-haired immortal emperor's shocked gaze, Zhou Tong's body became blurry. This was extreme speed, an unimaginable extreme speed that surpassed the understanding of ordinary immortal emperors. Zhou Tong rushed towards the Black Blood Immortal Emperor and then casually chopped down with his palm. The spear, along with the Black Blood Immortal Emperor's head and primordial spirit, was sliced apart. Blood soared into the sky. Kill! In the end, Zhou Tong roared. It was like the birth of a devil king. The terrifying roar contained an unparalleled momentum that suppressed, shattered, and destroyed everything. The last red-haired immortal emperor felt uncomfortable all over. Then, a majestic force bombarded his body and blew him up on the spot. The 3 strange and unknown immortal emperors all died in an instant. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.